Hello and good morning from an already sunny Le Mans. 4 hours to go in the 2025 running of the Le Mans 24-hour kart race. Tom and I have had a bit of a break overnight. The drivers haven't. The action certainly hasn't. Chrono Team Racing have worked their way back to the front of the order in the 41 despite a penalty for contact at around about 10 p.m. last night. So they've worked their way back through. The big one, though, Tom, is that the number 20, Track Limits by Storm Group, have effectively retired the number 20 kart.
Yes, indeed. Brake issues overnight caused a 15-minute delay in the pits. They were offered a change of car. I think they went out. I think they took the option and then retired shortly after, citing, well, we're not going to catch up now. We're going to be last in the class, so we'd rather park it, and we'll see you at the British 24-hour in 3 weeks.
Yeah, well, they came for the win. It didn't quite work out. The pace was really good for them, though. So
what they have said, though, is that they're willing to help out Chrono Team Racing, who are currently leading as well. So they're helping them in the pits and the pit stops and things like that, as far as I'm aware, anyway. So I've been told. That they are still making it a team effort. It's not just a case of, oh, well, it's not going right for us, so we're going home.
No.
They're still here. I think some of them have gone, but most of them are still here and helping out.
There's your race leader then, with 4 hours to go. Chrono Team Racing have what is effectively, it's shown as a 6-lap gap, but it's actually around about 3 because they're off kilter on the pit stops. Titan Motorsport have just been in the last 10 minutes or so with a technical problem. I think they had an exhaust issue. That was changed.
It was on schedule though, wasn't it?
I think they'd nursed it to the end of the schedule. They'd got they brought it in. Don't know. It was Owen Genman that was in that kart. That's not Owen Genman now.
It's one of the O'Neills. It's
no, it's not. The surname's too long. That means it's Mike Philippi.
No, I think it is. I think that's Andy O'Neill. Might be Jack though. I'll get an update.
Let's. I'm gonna refer to the bank of notes.
So anyway, welcome along. Thank you for joining us once again. As always, keep your comments coming in. Morning to Ange Falkus, morning to Mary Malone, morning to Alex Owen as well. All getting involved in the comments section on YouTube, of course. Dave Nichols, 6:30 in the UK, waking up to the sounds from Le Mans. Yes, well, that made 2 of us.
Well, Alex O'Neill said he fell asleep to the sound of Honda engine. Now, I think it's very soothing. I think somebody yesterday was basically saying they have a 3-month-old. And I was like, look, just get them a Honda engine. Just set it to idle in the corner. They will be out like a light. It is very, very therapeutic. The rumble of curb on the exit of the final corner, less so, as we know from our time racing here. You're in your pit lane, all you hear is brrr, brrr, and it's just the same noise over and over again. That's very difficult to sleep through.
It is, but also, like you say, Dave, you've got that drone of the engines coming past, and it's the same engine note at the same point of the track, but all of these 46 karts. So, like you say, it does become quite soothing, quite therapeutic. But let's run you through the podium sitters in each class as we approach 3 hours and 55 minutes to go. So, Chrono Team Racing leading overall and leading the elite class. Titan Motorsport second on the road and second in elite class. And Optimum Motorsport now have climbed back up the order during the night stint, and they have taken 3rd in the elite class but 4th on the road. Teesside Tigers are in 5th on the road and 4th in class, but they are 3 laps behind Optimum. But I mean, Teesside Tigers, from where they started and their early issues, to be sitting 5th on the road, worthy of a shout-out. Pro class, the second of our 4 classes here, is headed by Teesside Academy. They are 3rd on the road overall, but 1st in the pro class. Big gap then of 14 laps back to CBR 213, who are 14th overall, but 2nd in the pro class. Only 50 seconds behind them, though, Barbarians, 3rd in pro class and 15th on the road. Your clubman class is headed by Dr. Vapes, who again had some issues during the night, but have kept their head down and motored their way back to the front of the class. 6th overall. Bargain Racing 7th overall, and currently 7.5 seconds behind and 2nd in class. So that fight is on. I think Dr. Vapes may have fairly recently overtaken Bargain Racing again for the lead in the class of that, but may be wrong. Noteworthy mention, big shout out to Century Sim Racing, 3rd in the class, 11th on the road, started this race from last place.
46th place for Century Sim, and they've chipped away. They could even potentially, I think, have been top 10. I think realistically they could have been 9th if they hadn't have had that issue for coming into the pits too quickly at tea time yesterday, very early on in the race for Century Sim.
Well, we've had 2 penalties for Century. Oh no, that's 59 I'm looking for, isn't it?
The quick finishers have had a few penalties in the 69.
Yes.
The 59's been good.
So, well done to them. Your rookie class leader is Team Yellow 555. You know, when we spoke to Chris Huxtable yesterday evening, when just about tea time, when we were having dinner, Chris Huxtable was saying he'd be more than happy with the top 20 for both of his teams. And as it stands at the moment, Team Yellow Racing 555 leading the rookie class and inside the top 10, 10th place overall. So very, very well done to them. Idamos are sitting 13th overall, 3 laps down and 2nd in the rookie class. And Met Police Motor Club 101 are 3rd in the class, 16th overall, and a further 7 laps behind Idamos. So fairly large gaps in the rookie claess. But
good effort for me for Met Police 101. Not a team that I'd have had down for a podium, Tom. If I'm being honest, when we looked at
class is
when we looked at last year,
it's always very open, isn't it?
Yeah, when we look at last year though, they were very erratic in terms of off the track. They were picking up penalties fairly regularly for off track, and I think that, but just by tidying that up, I think they've really brought themselves back into things. Could have potentially been a little bit closer in that battle. The Teesside Academy 2 kart was had a 2-lap penalty in the night, but has fallen away. They were running inside the top 3.
Well, I think our picks for our podium picks were Idamos, not in this order, but Idamos, Teesside Academy 2, and Barriar's Wacky Racers. We thought they would be, all 3 of those would be duking it out for the steps of the podium, but such is the nature of a 24-hour race.
Yeah, Barriar's Wacky Racers had an early morning trip into the gravel on the exit of turn 8. Just as Tom and I arrived to the circuit about 20 past 7 local time, so 20 past 6 in the UK. Had a trip into the gravel on the outside of turn 8 that required a fairly lengthy recovery of that kart. What it also did was brought out a full course yellow about 10 minutes later to clear gravel from the far end, which was about the time that TSK-Motorsport pitted. They didn't benefit massively, and that's a black flag, Tom, over the start line for a triple-digit number. Okay. I believe it looks like it could be the 333.
That'll be FRS Lemon that are down in 43rd place overall. So the only retirement that we can see is currently track limits by Storm Group. It looks like everybody else is still out there circulating. I'm just going to refresh my live timing so that I can pick up some traces.
Dr. Vapes, the class-leading club runner, are in the pits for a fuel stop, and I think that's slightly earlier than expected for the rest of the team on the grounds that Harrison Kirkham has arrived and he's got no fans. He's in on his own.
Well, no, they're here now with him.
The team have come. They ran across in front of us a moment ago, and we're basically kitting up because you've got to have gloves on in the pit lane. So Kirkham was already in the fuel bay. So whether he's seen the space and gone in a lap early, or it's certainly not needed to go into the mechanics bay.
Oh, we've got a new winner, David, of furthest distance from the track.
Oh.
Carol Ann Davis has said, good morning, watching from New Zealand.
Oh, that is a trek.
That's far.
It's a real trek.
That's far from here.
My sister lives there, and I can confirm it takes about 2 days to go.
Yeah.
It's not the best commute.
Good morning, Carol Ann Davis. Mary Malone saying, Gogo Lorcan and Team Salient, great work from the Irish lads. Monica also saying good morning. Let me say that Century Sim Racing 59 are the best.
So it's problems getting the Dr. Vapes cart restarted in the fueling bay. Right rear, we've got it going eventually, but that could be a slightly delayed time stop for Dr. Vapes, who are in a very, very close battle with Bargain Racing, who have taken the lead because of the pit stop of Dr. Vapes. That will ebb and flow through the remaining 4 hours of this race, but Dr. Vapes with a very slow stop there. Driver arriving without his pit crew, and then right rear engine struggling to get started there for Dr. Vapes. So we'll see whether they've got an elongated pit stop by the time he gets down the far end of the circuit. Still in the pits, 2 minutes 45 now for Dr. Vapes. Let's see, I can't see him rolling round the bottom, so we could be over 3 minutes for Dr. Vapes. .305, still can't see a kart appear down the far end of the circuit, Tom.
No.
Down the pit lane, we can just about see helmets over the top of the tyre wall, even from our position at the far end of the circuit.
There we go now.
There it's rolling now, so he's gone through and he'll be able to get up to speed. And we'll trip the
30
timing
seconds.
at 3:24.
Yeah.
So Bargain Racing now, Tom, have just got to keep this tidy in the pits.
40-second loss for Dr. Vapes there.
Well, to be fair, they lost loads of time yesterday when they had a brake failure and went in the gravel at the far end, and they've clawed it back, have Dr. Vapes.
Yeah.
They've been very, very fast.
Was fitted for that one.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, it did set them back quite a way. However, yeah, head down, keep it clean and all that, and they've chipped away and chipped away. They've retaken the lead. So there's always been pace in that car. It's been consistently one of the quickest karts on track. One of, by dint of obviously having very, very good drivers, and also the handling and the speed of the car has been working well for them in unison with the driver. So Dr. Vapes dropping down to 9th place now by dint of that pit stop. 36 seconds behind race for Ruben, who we haven't touched on yet, but crikey, they've had some difficulties early on in the night, just before we were going off stream. I think they've run almost trouble-free since then.
Yeah, until they
bumped into Andrew Delahunty as we walked into the track this morning.
They were in with an engine problem that they thought had been diagnosed, but then necessitated an engine change in the end. and that dropped them all the way down the order.
Oh no, it was 2 engines. It was the carb was cleaned out, and Andrew said before he even got to the end of the pit lane, he could feel it cutting out again. So he brought it straight back in the following lap, just out lap and back in. The engine was changed, and then within 10 minutes they were back in again and had to change the same side engine again.
He did say, and I believe I quote correctly, it was the worst 20 minutes of my life.
Yeah.
He's had a very sheltered life.
Yeah, clearly, yeah.
Or it just means that much to him.
But yes, well, exactly, it does mean a lot to him all. But yeah, he was really struggling with that. I did say it does sound like maybe he was the problem rather than the engine, because it was only him that was bringing it in.
I took a risk and went, it was all going fine until you got in it.
Yeah. Maybe the problem was you, Andrew. No, we're being harsh. Of course, we are joking. But Race for Ruben, up to 8th place. They are 6th in the elite class. But they're only a lap behind now. Core Blimey Racing 113. Around a lap and a half, actually. They're just about reaching the halfway point of the lap as Core Blimey Racing come over the line. We had, just before we came back on to comms, you'll have probably seen it on the stream, we had a full course yellow that really split the packs apart. We ended up with 2 very long trains of karts, and they weren't that far apart from each other on the track either. No. So we ended up with a huge amount of clear air for whoever was going to get to the front of that group and move away. And it's still, what are we, 25 minutes on from that, and it's still trying to be, well, trying to sort itself out after that and settle down after the melee. You can see there are some large gaps on track of very clear air at the moment, and then there's a few packs still grouped together.
Just going to see if we can potentially pick up the Race for Ruben kart up the far end. Up at turn 9, they are behind one of the TRX karts coming up the straight towards us. And trying to figure out which of it's the 476 TRX kart that's in front of Race for Ruben.
Yeah.
Whoever's in that is going very, very well. I think it could be Dom Hughes Clary. And I say very well because on the previous lap, he tucked in behind the Race for Ruben kart, out the slipstream, passed at turn 1, and he started to gap the 95. So that 476 kart, which...
Yeah, it was a 104.4 last time around for Race for Ruben. Around 0.7 of a second off the pace of the leader.
Yeah, just trying to find where that TRX...
Everyone at the moment,
in terms of its actual track position, standing position.
Except for Core Blimey Racing and Bargain Racing, everyone in the mid to high 103s on track. Both of those still in the 102. So Bargain Racing and Core Blimey Racing, 113. Very quick on that previous lap. A lot of karts in the 104s and 105s even. So they are flying.
Who's that, sorry, Tom?
Bargain Racing and Core Blimey Racing 113, the only 2 teams in the 102s that lap around.
I wonder if they're somewhere near each other on track. And in fact, they are. They're nose to tail, Tom.
That will explain that then.
So
my live timing keeps pausing itself as well, which isn't really helping things. But yeah, 102.770 for Bargain Racing, 102.764 for Core Blimey Racing, and their nose to tail, which explains the very, very similar lap times as well. They are separated by exactly 1 lap.
Exactly 1 lap.
Exactly 1 lap between them. But clearly working together, and At that pace, they're 0.3 of a second faster than Teesside Tigers, 0.3 of a second faster than Optimum Motorsport, half a second quicker than Titan.
Race for Ruben, pit Tom. Paul White brings the 95 in to pit lane. And working back now at basically 1 hour and 50 stints, Tom, that takes you to the checkered flag.
Yes. So potentially for some teams, penultimate pit stops inbound.
Yeah. You're trying to work back, aren't you, really, from your times of, 1 hour 50 is a rough stint, 1:45, but you're looking at, it's 1 hour 50 is 1 hour 50, then you go back to 3 hours 44 and a half hours then. So they're inside that window for one further fuel stop after this one to take them through to the checkered flag. In comes Century Sim. So I think we're going to see a lot of people now dipping into the pits, Tom.
Because they've worked it backwards.
Because they've worked it backwards. You sort of work it forwards at the start, now you get into the night, and then you start effectively value engineering your race from the start, from the end of the race back to roughly, I think, about 6 in the morning, where you start really planning your route to the checkered flag.
Yeah. So Race for Ruben in, Century Sim in, Team Yellow 555 in, Times Mayfair in. Race for Ruben back out, 2 minutes 50. So good stop for them. And they are back out and underway. With that, Dr. Vapes have retaken 8th position. How long have Bargain Racing been out on circuit? I don't know why I'm doing that. I can see it here. Bargain Racing, 53 minutes they've been out. So
very lengthy stop for Team Yellow Racing, who were leading in the rookie class. They've done a 4 minutes and 58 second pit stop. That's 2 minutes over where they'd have hoped, and that really does close rookie up.
Well, Idamos have now taken the lead, but they owe us a stop and they will be in shortly, but they're 3 laps in front of Team Yellow 555. So the fight is on for the win now in the rookie class.
Really is close.
Big time. And where Met Police Motor Club in relation to them.
That's going to be tight. Idamos are due in the pits in the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So that really is going to be tight.
They're heading to the pit lane now.
Yeah, Adam Nather making his way down into the pit lane.
Team members, that is, not the kart itself, but the team members are getting ready for the stop.
In come Core Blimey Racing, the 113 entry. Will Folks bringing that kart to the pit lane. From 7th place, 6th in class, or 5th in class.
Like you said, David, this is going to be a busy time for everyone now in the pits, because, like you say, if you can reverse engineer it backwards from 24 hours, only 2 to go.
Exactly. If you're going to do a short stint, I'd be short stinting roughly about now. Get yourself in, and then work yourself back. But what that does mean is that the final fuel stop, with about an hour and 45, it starts getting very, very busy in the fuel bay, and can be time critical if you're having to queue. We've already seen 1 or 2 carts, particularly in the early hours of the night. There was one. Can't quite remember the number, Tom, but it came out of the final corner just as it was about to pit and ran out of fuel about 100 metres before the entrance into the pit lane, which did send Nigel running.
Was it RD Kart Sport? Yeah. They definitely ran out of fuel at one point.
Yeah.
I think it was them. We've got mechanics readying themselves in the pit lane.
Yeah, 2 carts in. I'm just trying to figure out why. LMS are one of the carts that have come in. They've fallen right down the order. Tom into 27th overall, having run inside the top 3 in that class. And they've gone up the top. Oh, they're coming back. There's LMS. They're up onto the stand, as are the 88 of CBA. Now, that's an exhaust that's being put onto the 88 CBA kart.
We're pointing at the left-hand engine, the right as we look at it on the LMS kart.
You can see the heat coming off that. I know it's been engine, it's been run for the last 21 hours or so. We're full course yellow on circuit, Tom.
Oh, gravel everywhere, we're being told. It's like gravel. We love a day at the beach. La plage. So,
our host,
yes, our local course director is here. I'm sure he was bleeding through onto the mic there.
We love the gravel.
Yeah, so we're having another track cleanup. We had one less than an hour ago as well. So further cleanup required. In fact, I don't think we had the full course cleared. And the reason I know that is because at turn 9 we ended up with somebody in the gravel who then got brought back to the pits. Was that Prism?
Prism went in the gravel at 9. Barriers, Wacky Racers were in the gravel on the outside of turn 8.
So we were doing a track
a lot of
clear-up.
gravel at the other end of the circuit rather than turn 1. It was down 8 and 9. So
yeah, we were doing a track clear-up though, and that track clear-up had to be paused for recovery of a kart. We've only got the one quad available. So the track cleanup was paused momentarily.
It's an effective bit of kit, that.
I was just thinking it's a great bit of kit, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got one at Teesside as well now.
Yes. I think they use it for getting rid of the drift debris, all the rubber. See, we're queuing in the pit. Optimum Motorsport, Tom, have managed to pit under the full course yellow on schedule in the 181. They've dragged that kart back into the elite class top 3, 4th overall for the 181 Optimum Motorsport kart that had some early race problems but appears to have run trouble-free throughout the night. So Smith brings that in.
LMS still up on the mechanic stand as well.
And Idamos are pitting under the FCY as well.
Oh, well, that will help their cause as well for the rookie class victory. Team Yellow 555.
I was going to try and have a chat with Andy Fox-Whiteley, who says he's not got time.
Oh, he's not got time. All right, okay.
I'm sure he does have. I think that's an excuse.
Yeah, he just don't want to come on the microphone, does he?
No.
8.3 seconds Teesside Academy to Titan Motorsport now for 2nd overall. And we've got one train of karts.
Green again, and
who was heading that one?
That looks like it could be both of the Teesside Academy karts. We'll check the colours. It should be blue, and I think there's Gracie Mitchell. It is. It's the 28 and the 43. Mitchell goes down the inside into the right-hander at the far end of the circuit. So Gracie Mitchell at the front of the train. Jitesh Prajapati in 2nd in the train. Maple Motorsport are there as well in the number 2. That ran well early doors, but fell down the order due to a few technical issues. Currently running in 6th place in the class.
But now Gracie Mitchell hits the front of that pack, and only one kart in front before there's about 3/4 of the track's worth of clear air. So Optimum Motorsport with a 2-minute 49-second stop under full course yellow, while teams were heading round doing 1-minute 25s. So they've saved themselves 20 seconds. By doing that stop under full course yellow. Idamos likewise, They're still in the pits, though.
TRX Motorsport Pro are in, and LMS are off the mechanics ramp and heading down to the fuel bay in the number 70. Although no, he's gone straight through the fuel bay, so it must have been fairly full already for LMS. Man,
I couldn't see.
I think just over halfway. Sure that's going to get them to the end on one more stop.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Teesside Academy were, what did I say, 5 seconds behind?
Yeah, yes you did.
Now they're 48 seconds because of the full course yellow.
Ah.
They got caught in the wrong train. Titan and Chrono were clearly in the front of that pack, or in the pack. That then managed to get all the way round and join the back of the train. And Teesside Academy got caught out. Well, we saw them get caught out, but 44 seconds now the gap. Let's have a look. Who's doing some quick lap times at the moment? Not many, to be fair. Core Blimey Racing 113 now that they've had a change of driver. 103.6, 103.1 for Bargain. Yeah, they were the quickest out there. Times have dropped way off now. I think, in fairness, for a lot of the teams, rears are done. Well, no rear tyres left.
No, well, we watched the Academy 28 kart with very little rear end grip, looked very loose through the...
chucked around like a dog toy through the chicane.
It was, yeah, through the chicanes. Having said that, there was a few karts that we did look at, and they're incredibly smooth. They look like they've looked after their rear end, and it was generally those drivers that have a lot of 24-hour experience.
A lot of 24-hour experience, or a lot of experience of trying to manage tyres over the course of a sprint weekend, shall we say, where you get one set of tyres for the whole weekend and you need them to be in tip-top shape for the final. We saw a couple of the road tax drivers who were very, very smooth through the chicane. We'll try and get you a shot of, like a head-on shot, and we'll try and describe what we mean. There is a difference with the way that you turn the steering wheel as to how the kart reacts. You'll see some drivers with a short, sharp flick of the steering wheel through the left and then into the final right-hander of the three-corner chicane. Others being very, very smooth with the way that they turn it. I think it's more of a confidence thing. How confident you feel with A, what you've got underneath you, and B, what your experience is like in racing this machinery. Because those without the experience and without the experience in this race, they're definitely the ones who are giving it the yank of the steering wheel into the right-hand corner, and it's scrubbing off speed. Those with lots of experience of the kart and in this race, they're the smooth ones. And with the exception of Gracie Mitchell, who's just chucking it around everywhere, full back end fully out through the left-hander.
Yeah, the pace is good. We've still got 3.5 hours to go though, so still got to effectively bring that kart home. I think there's a few of them now that are starting to get a bit of rear end.
Yeah, I was just looking at Core Blimey 113 doing exactly the same.
Will Folks has double stacked that by the look of things. Still out in that kart.
It might be the line through there at the moment, you know, to get that back end out. Dr. Vape's running good lap times again, and they're doing the same through that corner. up who we're looking at on screen here. That's your race leader, in fact. That's Chrono that we're watching. Just second in that group with the white helmet. Heading onto the back straight. And into the turn 9 hairpin. You see the tyres have been moved over to the left again. So what people are doing now is they're actually keeping a full kart width to the left of the rumble strip. They'll be braking on that part of the track, and then they'll jump across the rumble strip curb as they turn into turn 9.
It's not a pleasant experience, that, Tom.
No, but it's better than driving the whole way across the rumble strip and
Yes.
trying to brake on the rumble strip. That's favourable to to driving the whole way along it. There's our leader in the pits.
Chrono Team Racing, after a 1 hour 42 minute stint.
Oof, that's
a driver I
tired.
think that's done a double.
Goodness me, you nearly had to peel him out of the seat.
Yeah, that's a drive. It's cramped up there, and I think, if anybody, that's done a double. The hardest part of his stint now is going to be getting back in and driving the 200 metres down to his pit bay.
Oh, the motivation will be gone completely to do that.
To get back in, look, oh, that is slow.
Gingerly.
And, aching. The work done now by that driver. He's put his shift in. Don't think we'll see him again. He's emptied the tank, Tom, for
trouble
Chrono
getting the
Team
left
Racing.
engine fired. Turn it on, that'd help. There it goes.
Have we got it going? No, still working for Chrono Team Racing. They've got time though, Tom. They've got a big gap to tighten, but we've got a plane in the sky at the moment, but
yes,
Chrono Team Racing still not moving.
Oh, hang on. Looks like they've got it fired at last, but that did take a while.
Yeah.
Did take a while to get going, but they are back underway again. We'll see whether that costs them. I need to refresh my live timing again.
Got a cart, a cart in the gravel at 9, Tom, down the far end of the circuit. We've got a cart in the gravel. There it is, and that's the 555, Tom. That is Team Yellow, who are on the podium.
Well, they were leading rookie class when we came back on air. They've got another 3 laps before they get overtaken by Met Police Motor Club 101.
Well, they're going to lose that in the pits.
The position behind them.
They're going to lose that in the pits, Tom, as it's 2 minutes and 45 seconds minimum time, isn't it? So they're going to lose 3 laps in the pits.
And they've only been out 16 minutes as well, so they don't owe us a pit stop.
No. Kart being refired and sent on its way, and we will await its arrival in Gravel Bay.
And immediately hand up and straight into the pits for the driver of the 555. Oh, and then clip the barrier on the way in as well. Has it got other issues, do we think? Potentially, because you don't, at that speed, you don't normally drive into a barrier.
No. Oh,
Yes, I think there's further problems.
I'm looking at the steering wheel that I think he's holding at a bit of an angle. He's got a bent column.
I think this may be coming into the mechanics bay and gravel bay, which would be a real shame for them.
Well, yeah, because if it's a bent column, he's going to struggle to get it round the roundabout at the top to come back, isn't he?
Yes.
So I know one of his team has gone to assist. Hope he's feeling strong, because you have to pick the rear up and spin it round, or do a 13-point turn up there.
Well, the mechanics are waiting.
It's back into Gravel Bay, and also steering's belt won't turn right. So,
well, that would explain why there was the touch of the barriers coming in then.
Yeah. So the 555 Team Yellow kart driver Zayn Habib, I think, in that car at the moment.
Will I go and do T-side Ted?
Yeah, well, I think it's more likely to be... Could it be stub axle, Tom? They're clearing it out as well. So can't being cleared of gravel and worked on as one of the 3 TRX carts makes its way round turn 2. Three hours and 20 minutes remaining here then. Good morning to Nick Lee, who says a big shout out to Jordan Jackson, currently on track for Core Blimey 313, made 6 places last time out following a black flag and a pit lane timing issue. Good morning as well to Sam Hayes, who says hi to both Tom and I. So good morning, Sam, hope you're well. And Dominique saying let's go to the Apex Twin Racing, and Brink Phillip with the couple of Irish flags thrown in there as well. So we've got a couple of Irish entries, the 3 Apex Twin, Salient Racing as well, racing under the Irish flag for us here. And Sarah Widrington saying big shout out to Teesside Academy, you guys are smashing it. Freddie Widrington in that number 28 Teesside Academy team. It's currently sitting 3rd overall and is leading the class in Pro.
Right, so it is the right-hand stub axle for the 555 that's caused the problem. The best way to describe it is the corner where it meets the wheel itself, the point of the stub axle, has ripped itself as if you were ripping a piece of paper in half.
Oh.
It's split down the middle, and the metal has torn apart, which is the first for me seeing that. I mean, that is not easy to do.
No. If you're going to do it, you might as well do it properly. Just unfortunately, you've done it whilst on a podium, so tough one. Still got a bit of time, actually, have the 555. We've dropped into 3rd place in class behind the Met Police Motor Club.
Another 6 laps before they lose the final step of the podium. So should be okay. It's normally a fairly quick repair.
Rear end's been checked and sorted out,
sprayed
for gravel, and has been lubricated up, ready for the rest of the race. Dave Nichols, how many sets of tyres do the teams get for the race? Well, they start and finish the effectively the weekend on the same rear tyre that they started on. So on Friday they got 2 hours of practice in Friday evening between 3 and 5 o'clock. Yesterday morning they got a further 1 hour's practice before a half an hour qualifying session. So effectively the rears are going to do 27 and a half hours. The fronts, they get changed in the middle of the stint. So we started our service window last night at around about 10:30. So the fronts are generally doing the same amount of time, around about 13 hours-ish each for the front and the rear wheels. Oh, sorry, for the front tyres. So yeah, they got a change in the middle of the night. So it's 1 set of rears and 2 sets of fronts, basically, that will take you all the way through. Now, some of the fronts, Tom, when they finished that stint yesterday, were fairly worse for wear, weren't they? We had a quick look at a few of them, and they were looking a bit ropey.
Yeah, I think the best way to put it is it looked like it had blistered front ends.
Yeah.
Tyres, that is.
Yes, very much so. There was holes in one of them.
Although it was hot enough to blister people's front ends yesterday as well.
555 being rolled back at the same time that the 28 class leading Teesside Academy car is in the pits on the stand off schedule.
Right, so this is not a good time to be a class leader, and Teesside Ted is off again and I will be back shortly with an update. You will see me appear at the back of the camera shot in just a moment.
Rob Berryman asking, he's watching from Greece on a sun lounger. Good morning, Rob. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Stick with us throughout the rest of the race, and should see you in a week's time, I'm guessing, at Teesside for the next round of the Sprint Series, round number 6 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series next weekend from Teesside Autodrome, live, of course, on TSK-Motorsport Media. So we're back home, and then 3 weeks after that, we are back there once again for the 2024 British 24-hour race. James Waterhouse, an epic effort from Century Sim. James, who's raced with Century Sim a fair few times, as they've made their way up into contention in the club class. Currently running in 4th place, just behind TVP. They're a lap and a half behind at the moment, but they have been in the pits recently. TVP may well owe us 2 pit stops to Century Sim's 1. So it's going to be a fairly tight one. 3 hours and 13. So we're about to go 3:13:13 on the timing stacker. And there it is. Thomas back.
That's quality television. Looks like clutch issues for the 28. The right-hand engine left as we were looking at it on camera. Spoke to Grace very briefly, but she said it was revving its things off.
Oh. Did she actually say that?
No, she used another word instead of things.
Oh. It's not like Gracie. She must be full of adrenaline.
Pumped.
I think that, well, they'll definitely...
but they're going to be heading back out shortly by the looks of things. So not too much of a loss. Of course, it is an extra stop for them, unscheduled.
Yeah. Barry Shields has joined us in the live chat.
Is he in America yet?
No, he's on the plane.
Oh, he is on the plane!
But the plane's still on the ground, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah, no way. Why would you say that?
Well, I'm guessing it just says...
You can get Wi-Fi on planes now.
On the plane, ready to take off. Wish 181 good luck to the end, please.
Right, Barry, I want a message from 37,000 feet. Because although we've had a message from New Zealand, I promise you that nobody will be higher than you. Nobody will be further up in the sky than you are while watching the stream.
The plane is in the sky.
Yes.
So, yeah, well, we right as we speak, actually, we've got the 181 car on screen there now as we follow it round. Early race problems for that car. Saw a loose wire on the spark plug cap.
We not have a chain issue as well.
Yeah, followed by a keyway in the sprocket issue. But through the night, primarily with Addison Smith handing that car over to Lewis Goff at around about midnight, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Harry Nottage putting in the night stints until the early part of the morning. Addison Smith with the very impressive early morning stint, Tom, that we watched the best part of, has handed that over now to Lewis Goff there in the yellow helmet. He's going to double stack this through to the checkered flag. That car that dropped outside the top 10, now running in 3rd place overall. Oh, contact into the right-hander as car there with the blue helmet tried to come back down the inside of the two of them.
Ambitious.
Not what you need at this time in the race.
911?
It's either that or the 313 or the 213. I don't think it's the 213. No, there's the 213. So yeah, I think it could well have been, Tom, the 911. Great spot. So Goff is going to double stack that one. He's out here for effectively 2 weeks. He's going to transfer his talents over onto the CIK circuit, which sits behind the circuit Alan Prost. Yeah,
a very long walk from where we are right now to the track that he's going to be racing on next week. It's about 50 yards.
Yes, it is. So he'll be taking part in the RMC International Trophy next weekend. Lewis, one of the youngest senior Rotax drivers probably in the world, actually. Having won the Junior Rotax World, he finished as vice champion in the Junior Rotax World Finals at Sarno last year. So, racing this as part of that Optimum team, which has got a very strong lineup when you look at the drivers on an individual basis. Addison Smith, who's raced a lot of Junior Rotax and will be heading into cars at the end of this season. Jared Fox-Whiteley, currently in his final season of Junior Rotax, and led the early part of the season, won both of the opening 2 rounds at Trent Valley Kart Club at the start of the year, did Jared Fox-Whiteley. Harry Nottage, a mainstay of the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship and a class winner at the British 24-hour a few years ago, I believe, with X Racing. And then obviously Lewis Goff adding in there as well. So a fairly strong lineup, Tom, for that 181 entry.
Yeah, it is a very strong lineup. And we said pre-race as well that we expected them to go pretty quickly. Yeah, Addison was looking super smooth through the chicane. In fact, he was probably looking the smoothest driver out there through that chicane, looking after the kart, looking after the wheels, looking after the tyres, and looked like they were just nursing it along. Mark Mitchell, who's running the team this weekend from the pit wall
For Academy,
yeah, just popped over and said that it was the clutch keyway that had gone. As I said, it sounded like clutch issues. So that's been replaced, back underway. Still holding 6th place overall, and still because Core Blimey Racing 213 have now pitted from 2nd in class, which is, I believe, a scheduled stop. They are still very comfortably holding on to the class lead here by some 9 laps. So, yes, it's hurt them in the overall positioning, but in their class position, for which is the only one that you actually get trophies for, we don't do overall trophies, do we?
No. If you finish at 3rd overall and you're in a different class from elite, you still just get your winner's trophy from your class. So.
Correct. Yes, that's what I thought. So, it's made no difference at all to them, other than they've got that new clutch keyway and they are back underway again, but still comfortably in the lead of this one. Titan Motorsport in again. That can't be scheduled because they've not been out long.
Unless they didn't fuel.
They were out. They only went out when we came on air.
And
before we came on air.
They came in for
59 minutes ago.
Yeah. Now we'll get to find out who the driver is, Tom.
I'm pretty sure it's Andy O'Neill. I think Mike's got a different suit and helmet.
Well, they've got the name on the back, so that helps us a bit, doesn't it? But it's just at the moment we can't see his back. He's going to drive past us in a few moments, so we'll pick that up. Just quickly.
I said it wasn't a scheduled stop, but they've not come to the mechanics bay.
No.
So maybe they're just working it backwards as well. However, why would you go now?
Don't know. Kart's just being fueled and refired.
I take it back, David.
It's all right.
It's Mike Philippou.
It is, mate.
He's got the same suit and helmet as one of the. I think it's Andy O'Neill that's got the same suit and helmet. I take it back.
I think that's Times Mayfair heading in the pit lane.
But I'm interested to know, and I'm tempted to walk down to Titan and find out what's gone on there. So unless they're watching on the stream and they fancy coming up and telling us.
Well, they've still got a team member in the pits.
I'm going to go and I'm going to do this quite a lot now. I'm going to be T-side 10.
Yeah, well, while you're there, Tom, basically, my lad loves a shout out. He's messaged again, Tom.
Right.
He's like, I'm watching again. Can I have another shout out?
No.
I'll give him half a shout out.
But
it's his last one.
Joshua Sullivan is not having a shout out.
Who?
Joshua Sullivan.
Never
is not having a shout out. He's just not having one.
Morning, kiddo. enjoy the rest of your race, but it's definitely your last shout out.
Not having a shout
No
out.
more shout outs. I know that you were supporting the Academy carts and the TSK-Motorsport carts with some of your friends in, so you've returned this morning to find the Optimum kart in 3rd place, the Academy kart in P6, and the Academy 2 kart in 22nd, still in contention. Inox Construction saying, well done to the Energy Boys, making some time back. Well, they've really had a bit of a race of two halves of Energy. The first half of the race, not brilliant, as they acclimatised themselves with endurance racing and 24-hour racing in general. Did find some of the wider areas of the circuit Alain Prost here. Had a fair few trips into the gravel in the first part of the race, but have really sort of tidied themselves up of Energy since then. Hope they've enjoyed their first sort of experience of the Le Mans 24-hour race. They have got a large team of drivers, so hence why we might have seen a few more trips into the gravel, as the drivers have probably had limited track time on the Friday practice. Trying to get 10 drivers into a 2-hour session only gives you roughly about 12 minutes each, and then you've got pit stops as well, so you're probably only going to get 10 minutes of practice, which is about 8 or 9 laps by the time that you get out on your out lap and your in lap. So a tough one for Energy, but as the drivers have then gone out and had longer stints and more practice, they really have started to bed themselves in to the Le Mans 24-hour race. So I hope they've enjoyed their first experience here. Hopefully we see them again next season. Entries will open roughly around November time, I think, for the 2026 running of the Le Mans 24-hour race. It's one that does generally sell out fairly quickly, does the Le Mans 24-hour race, because it's a iconic event in karting, really, for me. You know, you have a real mix of people coming to do this. I've mentioned already, we've got drivers that have raced on the world stage, that have raced at British Championship level, that have raced around the world, and they've got people that have just found it and have just come and they want to do a 24-hour race. So big shout out to Energy. They really have sort of grown into this race, and I do say we do hope they've enjoyed it. Tom is back. He's had a chat with Titan.
I have had a chat with Martin, who's the team manager, team strategist for Titan Motorsport. So they've had to rejig their driver order. They were on a rotation. I won't go into the details as to why, but they've had to rejig their driver order. So Mike Phillip, who wasn't supposed to be out there for that stint, but due to the rejigging of the order, had to go out and do a stint basically long enough to be able to have the team only need one more stop.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's put them back onto, they're still on the same strategy, but what they've done, as in only needing one more stop, but what they've done is they've short-stinted Mike, put Owen back in the kart, so Owen Genman is now back in the kart, and he's going to bring it through an hour and 40 odd minutes or so until they only need to make one more stop, and then they will go out for their final stint. So they're still on the same strategy as everybody else. It was just a short stint to bring them back into a window that could make it work. Again, and get their drivers back out.
Basically working it back from the checker.
Well, it gave Owen Genman an hour off, didn't it?
Yeah.
And he's now back out.
Any idea who's taking it to the flag, or were they coy?
I didn't ask,
is
the honest answer, but I know it's not going to be one of them, which I'll tell you on air and off air.
Okay, cool.
And to what the reason why is.
Mastercart Slower, they pit the number 83 machine. Do like that. They have gone. Not only have they gone down the Mastercard Lola livery on that number 83 to go with the name as well. I do like that. quite possibly the worst F1 team in the history of the sport, with their 1997 entry into the Australian Grand Prix at Albert Park. And they were a solid 12 seconds off the leader's pace.
Yes,
and
they
we're
were
nowhere near.
Well, they were the reason for the 107% rule you were telling me.
Well, there or thereabouts. I think that had come in a few years before with your 44s, your Pacifics, your Simtex in the sort of 94, 95, 96.
Are you being Pacific about those teams?
I am being very specific.
You know what really grinds my gears?
The
people say Pacifically.
Specifically. So yes, it was bought in specifically. Sorry, Rob's just taking photos. Not of us either. Yeah, it was brought in around in the mid-90s to ensure that the field spread in Formula One wasn't too large, particularly down the tail end of the field. You know, with the likes of your Pacific, your Simtex, 40 Ford, who were. I always liked the 40 team.
Oh, great livery.
Great livery.
I liked the Simtech one as well. That had the MTV livery on it, didn't it?
It did, didn't it?
Yeah.
With who raced it? Who raced that? David Brabham.
David Brabham, definitely.
Did Jean-Paul Belmondo race that? Andrea Montemini raced both that and the 40 Ford.
What was what was Roland Ratzenberger in?
He was in the Simtech.
In the Simtech.
He was in
yes.
the Simtech. Really quite gutting, actually. When I went to Imola earlier in the year to see the Senna Memorial, I didn't realise that there was a Roland Ratzenberger Memorial behind the grandstand at Tosa. And we were walking out of the circuit, and about 50 metres before there, I just went, it's taking us back out the circuit here. And we turned round and walked back. And then the week later, for some reason, I was looking on Google Maps, and there's basically like a pin drop to it. And if I'd carried on for another minute, I'd have got to that too. So I'm quite disappointed, but hopefully I'll go back there at some point. And you know, that was a terrible weekend for motorsport in general. It started really on the Friday, that didn't it, with the Rubens Barrichello incident at the.
Well, there was one on Friday, one on Saturday, and one on Sunday.
The final chicane.
Realistically, all three could have been fatalities.
Yes.
We won't dwell on it too much, but yeah, it was a horrible weekend of motorsport, and one that will always be remembered, not for the right reasons. However, what we would say is from that weekend, the safety of Formula One and motorsport in general, it was a huge wake-up call for the safety of the sport. Wow. And many improvements have been made that filter right the way through to what you're seeing at the moment.
I mean, you look at where. I mean, after that, Tom, we went 20 years in F1 without a very serious incident.
Well, what I would say though as well is when you look at this track,
the circuit Alain Prost.
Yeah, the improvements that have been, or the track layout and the track design with the safety features that they've put in place wouldn't have happened before Imola 94.
No.
So, and what I mean by that is gravel traps on the exit of corners, soft plastic barriers separating one side of the track from the other, tyre barriers on the edge of the circuit as well. And when you look at the exit of turn 9, they're 4 or 5 tyres high.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a new wall, isn't it, on the outside there? But yeah, and they have really
and built that up as well.
That.
So all of these improvements have been made to every circuit around the world.
Tyre walls are now actually bolted together.
Yes,
rather than than just scattering
lobbed in place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. On a slightly more positive Formula One note, Tom, I did think to myself before coming, I'm going to write down some Alain Prost facts. as we are at the Circuit Alain Prost.
Go on then, because you've been itching to get these out, haven't you?
Well, I haven't. I haven't been itching, or I've done it in the first
He's
5.
been itching, folks. He's been tapping me on the shoulder going, can I send me Alain Prost packs? Can I send me Alain Prost packs yet?
Right, you're lying to make friends. And I'm not feeling your attitude this morning, Tom.
Are you not used to my attitude on the Sunday of the 24-hour race yet?
And if I really wanted to do it, I'd have started the stream with you yesterday by going, hello, welcome to the 24-hour race at the Circuit Alain Prost. He won 4 World Championships, you know. He did. 3 for McLaren and 1 with Williams. He did a bit of karting too, Tom.
He did do a bit of karting.
He was the 1973 French, European and Junior World Karting Champion.
You can watch Alain Prost karting. There's a video on YouTube of the Paris de Bercy race where he raced Senna in karts.
The Paris de Bercy, the indoor one.
The indoor one.
Yeah.
And then there's another one from a few years later that's got Hamilton
Schumacher
versus
is it
Schumacher and I feel like it's Olivier Panis, Alex Wirtz maybe.
Another French driver to win a Grand Prix. One Grand Prix, Olivier Panis. Can you remember which one?
Monaco, 96.
Yes, it was 96.
Get in.
How many cars finished? How many cars saw the checkered flag?
6.
3.
3.
I think 6 were classified.
Right, okay.
As
so
they
6 classified.
completed 90% of the race distance.
Go, people. Don't be fronting on my knowledge, Sullivan.
But yeah, Alain Prost.
You heard him apologise, folks.
So, the only French F1 world champion, Alain Prost.
So far.
Don't know where the next one's coming from. Isaac Hadjar, maybe.
You reckon Isaac Hadjar? And not Esteban Ocon?
No.
I can tell you who it definitely won't be. Lance Stroll.
Is that because he's Canadian?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. He might be French Canadian, but he's not French. As I carry on. That's like saying, right, this week, Dave, you've had 4 baguettes, therefore you qualify. Technicality.
Dual nationality now.
Exactly. To be fair, every time I disappeared yesterday and came back, I did have a baguette with me, didn't I?
You did, yeah. You're do you know what? I'm not going to say what I was going to say.
Was it borderline? Was it risque?
I'd have been shut down.
Shut down.
100% shut down.
I've got one more interesting fact, and it really is sort of a very interesting fact. Alain Prost was one of only 10 drivers to win the F1 Drivers' Championship in a year that their team did not win the Constructors' title.
Okay.
And that was the 1986, when he won it in McLaren, but Williams won the Constructors' title. If it was 86, that would have been Piquet and Mansell, would it, in 86 for Williams? Or was Mansell still at Lotus in 86?
I was 2 at the time. I've got to be honest, it's definitely before my time.
Google's my friend, isn't it? I don't know why I'm... This is the bit where you fill, Tom, why I look.
Yeah, no, that's why I filled it with the word. I'm just having a look at the live comments coming in. Morning, everyone. Wishing our son Blaze Tunstall and the Dr. Vapes team the best of luck. Blaze had a smashing stint overnight and is currently on track at the moment. And I'm just going to refresh my live time because it keeps pausing. But
I was right.
Dr. Vapes are currently P7.
I was right, Tom.
Second in class.
I was right. I was right, Tom.
Were you right,
really
David?
Right. I was right.
Ladies and gentlemen, he was right.
I was right.
Just in case you didn't hear him say that the first 7 times.
Mansell in the 5, Piquet in the 6, in the Williams Honda RA166E.
There's a mouthful for this time of the morning.
Yes, it is.
But can you say it 10 times fast?
No.
And not even going to try.
See, F1 cars all have numbers. They should be like in the Williams Renault Twingo.
Right.
These names. Right.
I'm gonna change tack slightly because the battle for for second place overall rages and second place in the elite class between Titan and Optimum Motorsport. We believe both teams have only got one more stop to make. We will keep an eye on that, and next time we see Optimum, we're going to ask them whether that is the case, that they've only got one more stop to make.
They should have, given where they stopped in terms of time. I think they've only got one more to go as well, but we will confirm that with the team. But Titan and Optimum are 24.5 seconds apart. So while we keep our eye on that gap and the fight for second place overall, we had a very brief conversation this morning while we were stood watching the action before we came on air, and I said, you know what, let's save it for the stream. And what we were trying to do was put together, if we could put together a dream lineup, a fantasy team for the Le Mans / British 24-hour race. Of drivers. I think let's narrow it down. Of drivers that are here.
Okay.
Because I know that we both picked Jack Morris and he's not here.
Yes, we both said Jack Morris would definitely be. Seaside Stig.
And if we had a carte blanche to pick anybody, we could be here all day. And we have got a race on.
Yeah,
so
true.
We've both got a bank of comms notes in front of us with all of our drivers. There'll be some that we know more than others. 4-driver lineup, Tom, or a 5-driver lineup?
Let's go 4 to keep it simple. Keep it easier. Would you like to go first? You can have the first driver.
But we can't share. Are we saying we can't share drivers?
No, we're not saying we can't share
right.
drivers.
No, that's fine. Right, rock, paper, scissors for who gets the first pick.
Okay. This will work well on radio.
It will work on radio.
Without us being on camera.
Okay.
Right. 1, 2, 3.
I get the first pick.
David wins.
Scissors beats paper.
By virtue of paper.
First pick based on performance for me this weekend. I'm going Addison Smith, a driver that I stood this morning and I said to you, Tom, in a team that's got the rest of the calibre in, I didn't think we'd be picking him as the standout, but he has been absolutely fantastic. He's my first call. I'm going to write him down.
He was one of the smoothest by a long way this morning through the chicane. And I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to pick a 4-driver lineup, but we're only going to pick 2 each.
That's a shout.
We are going to pick our fantasy lineup.
We're going to pick our fantasy lineup.
Right, so...
I'll be gutted if you don't pick... Oh, well, I've got one more pick, so I'm good. I know where we're going.
Calm yourself. See how excited he's getting, ladies and gentlemen.
Only because you've halved them.
He's actually getting
You've
giddy.
halved the number of picks I thought I was getting. You've ruined me. Who's back in? It's one of the Team Yellow carts is back in, but I can't see. It's the 554. I thought I was... Of the two, and no disrespect to the 554, I'm pleased it's not the 555 because they're in podium contention still, and they've had a tough last hour or so. So the 554's in with a right rear problem. Looks like the tyre's been removed from that one. Tom, have you had any thoughts?
I'm going to go with a man with a huge amount of experience in 24-hour races, a man who we didn't get to see really race through the night because we weren't here, but just because we know of his sheer pace and talent in 4-stroke karting. I'm going with Dan Crossley.
So Addison Smith, Dan Crossley, there's your first two. I'm going to go...
Left field?
Left field. And again, a driver that I didn't think that I'd be chucking in my top 4, in my fantasy lineup for a karting race. But for this weekend, Harrison Kirkham, Dr. Vapes, that stint he did prior to their brake issue
100%
was unbelievable.
Seconded.
So he's getting a call up.
Okay, which leaves me with the final choice. And I think it's a toss-up between...
Oh, we're going to have a reserve?
No,
First
we're not having
reserve.
a reserve. I'm going to have to make a decision.
You can't double dip, Tom.
No, well, I did say when we were stood at the barriers, I did say I think I'd have Owen Gemman in my team of Titan Motorsport. Purely because you can't have the O'Neills because they come as a pair.
Yeah, it's like...
And you can't separate them on pace either.
It's like splitting Anton Deco, Barry and Paul Chuckle.
Well, exactly. You can't. If you have one, you have to have the other. So I think I'll probably take Owen Gemman as my final choice. That being said, I think if you ask me in about a year's time, I think there might be one of the Teesside Academy drivers making their way into that top 4. So who have we got? Let's run down the order of what our fantasy lineup is. Please get involved in the comments as well and let us know who your top 4 drivers would be. And don't be like, oh well, we'll just put all of Century Sims drivers in there, something like that, because that's your team.
And again, the reason that we probably haven't considered any Century Sim drivers is because we very rarely know which one of them's in it because they all wear the same kit. So they're doing themselves a disservice. Just what they need is they can wear the yellow suit or whatever, but just have like a different colour arm on each one, like or just a patch, so that we know which one it is. The O'Neills have the same suit, but they've got like a different stripe on it. Who we're looking for, Tom?
I thought I saw a yellow flag being ready by the marshal. I did see a yellow flag being ready by the marshal, but not to be... He's not waving it. He's just got it in his hand.
Yeah.
Right, so, because what we do...
the post-race champers has been wheeled in, Tom.
The fizz is here.
Get it on ice.
Because what we do at the end of a sprint round is we have 2 awards that David and I assign, which are the Commentator's Choice Award and our Driver of the Day, or Driver of the Event, which is not normally somebody who wins a trophy for first, second or third in their class. We normally pick someone who we feel has been two drivers who have been very much deserving of them. So I think this is a little bit like that. I think we've picked our drivers of the event.
Yeah. James Whitehouse saying he'll design suits with different colour arms for the drivers. Look, just like a shoulder lapel in a different colour or something like that. Left side, because we're always left side on the combox, both at Teesside and Le Mans.
Well, what we had when we raced was we had an armband with a light on it, didn't we?
Yes, we did. That'll do. Just a different colour armband or something. Cause generally, they all, normally it's fine with the same suit and a different colour helmet, but they all have white helmets.
Yes.
So we just
look
need
at LMS.
We just
Green
need something
suit, black
to
helmet.
Differentiate your drivers so that we can give them the credit they deserve.
Yeah.
The 554 still on the stand.
I'll tell you what we used to do when we used to go indoor karting, was we used to get masking tape, stick it on the back of the suit and write the person's name on it and mark a pen.
Not what you want to do in indoor karting, because that's likely to get you rifled off.
But good fun nonetheless.
I went team sport with my lad and a few of his karting friends.
Yeah.
And because they were battling, I was able to keep up.
Right.
And so there was my lad, who is a demon when it comes to going up the hills because he doesn't weigh a lot.
Yeah.
But then Jared Fox-Whiteley, who also weighs the same amount as my lad despite being 3 years older. Max Shields and Amy Peacock. And then me in 5th place.
Right.
And they were all squabbling, and Joshua worked his way to the front with Jared Fox-Whiteley behind him. And I genuinely thought, I'm going to watch my son get fired in here. Went down the hill to the next hairpin. Bang! Joshua's down in 4th. Fox-Whiteley sends him towards the wall. I was like, it's like proper indoor stuff, that.
Yeah. Good fun. Right, so our fantasy lineup, David, run us through it. Who's going to win us the Le Mans 24-hour 2025 if we can put the team together?
Next year, our Sullivan Butterworth entry will consist of Addison Smith, Dan Crossley, Harrison Kirkman, Kirkham and Owen Jedman. Not that their teams will want to give their drivers up.
No, not at all. No,
But they've been called up.
We say this is a fantasy lineup.
But they've been called up to international duty, so pipe down.
They've got themselves a test contract. Central contract with the Butterworth Sullivan karting board.
To be fair, that sounds like the Duckworth-Lewis method. However, it's raining, so by the Sullivan-Butterworth method, we've added 10 laps to us.
I think. Do you know what? I reckon you give us that lineup next year, and I reckon we've got a fair chance of it. Just don't let us do strategy or start engines or anything like that.
No. Let's just do
Oh, okay. There you go. Who would you have on strategy then? Who do you have team managing?
Mark Mitchell.
You'd have Mark Mitchell.
Yeah, well, because he told us earlier that he was amazing.
No, Mark Mitchell would have Mark Mitchell managing,
exactly.
definitely. You've got some very good team managers out there.
Yeah,
you've got Mo Hassan in Dr. Vapes. You've got Paul Channer running Optimum, along with Sean Goff, who of course has got plenty of experience.
Yeah, well, Channer's on the radio. We haven't seen Channer up here at all.
Martin O'Neill, of course, with Titan.
Yeah, we haven't seen Paul up here at all, Channer, with the Optimum. Because
he's
been on the radio in the pit lane running strategy the whole time. It's been Sean Goff and Andrew Fox-Whiteley up here.
True.
Dealing with pit stops.
So who? I'm trying to think who else we've got. Of course, you've got Andy Clark as well, Cole Clark Racing.
I'm going to go back to my original. I'm a big fan of the method of not allowing the driver to talk back to you, which is Mark Mitchell's method.
Yeah.
So he has a one-way radio. They listen, they do as I say, or I tell them they're coming in the pits. I'll be cutting your stint short. He genuinely told to his drivers, if you start running the curbs too much, I will cut your stint short.
And sound advice.
Yeah.
So he's your choice for team manager, is he?
Potentially. Look, I'd always back myself in situations like this.
Okay. You're nominating yourself for team manager.
I feel like I contributed a reasonable amount during our 2023 effort. I
was more of a hype man than a strategist, wasn't I?
I made the early morning call to switch our driver lineup based on the weather conditions.
How did that work out for us?
For the first 10 minutes, it was brilliant. After that, less brilliant, but I can't control the weather. Quick finishers are having a kart swap. Tom Shipman in that kart. He was about to jump straight in it and then realised it doesn't have the front wheels on it. They have to take the wheels off, and he's going to have to fuel up as well.
But because there's no fuel in it, unlike what Titans had to do earlier, where they jumped in the cart with a full tank
they
of
had
fuel,
to do effectively a dummy stop, didn't they?
They had to do come in and do a drive-through penalty, essentially, for that.
Quick Finishers sent me an absolute ton of notes, Tom.
Okay.
You've got them as well.
I have. But you're already flicking through to find them.
Well,
so
yeah, no,
but
there's a lot of notes. So I was hoping that you'd skim through a few bits as well.
Okay.
So that's Tom Shipman, who's in their car. Chris Shield, who sent me all the information, apparently has owned 4 Toyota MR2s, wrote them all off.
Well, there's an achievement. I'm not sure that's going to make our driver of the day.
No. Now, a lot of the drivers for Quick Finishers race in the northeast in the sprint championships up there, either at Warden Law or at Teesside. So I think they're signed on as well for the British 24-hour, Tom. They went to the F1 movie 2 weeks back in full kit.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to, as soon as you said...
Which is a strange move, Tom, for grown adults.
And I went to watch the F1 movie.
In full kit.
And I was stood in the foyer at the cinema. And I said, I guarantee Luke Austin is considered going to watch the F1 movie in full kit. Because when Rush came out, he said... let's all go and watch it and we'll go in our race suits and helmets.
Well, that's what,
And I was like, It's not an X-Men movie, mate. It's not Spider-Man. We're not going in full kit.
Yeah, no, they were there, full suits, helmets, the lot. Good times. They also have a number of tracks on Spotify and Amazon Music under the title Quick Finishes.
Okay.
Including one that's sung in French for Le Mans.
But they're all about finishing quickly,
They're about finishing quickly. I haven't listened to them yet, but I've got a long drive home later on, so I may well do that. What do I know about Tom Shipman, who's just... he's got a YouTube channel, Slipper Racing.
Right.
And he's currently on course to win the EKS, which is the Elite Kart Series.
Dr. Vapes on the mechanic bay. Sorry to cut across you, David.
No, I'll allow.
Dr. Vapes are on the stand. They came in from 6th place overall. I'm going to have to refresh my timing again.
Blaze Tunstall brings the
But they were only
Dr.
10.5 seconds off Bargain Racing.
Yeah, close. And they can't even fuel to get to the end, Tom. That's the 2.5 hours.
No, they're going to need a further stop as well.
Well out of schedule.
Right, okay, I'm going to go find out what's happened
The final fact for Tom Shipman at the bottom is once punched George Russell's brother in the face. With no context.
Yeah, no context. At all. Okay.
Yeah, I was just walking up and just just hit him with a snap jab to the chin. Sorry, you had a drink above my laptop. Surprise. My wife does that. I'll be driving down the road, she'll just karate chop me to the throat for the laugh. I'm like, come on. I'm fairly sure she loves me, really. Tom's off to find out what the problem is with the number 30 Dr. Vape's car in the pit lane, in the mechanics bay. Just get me on the mechanics bay for 10 seconds, Toby. There's the kart. Tom's just stood off camera to the left-hand side. You can just about see his feet there with the white trainers. Just trying to find out what the problem is. Looks like it could be brakes. There's a rather large chisel is applied. I think that's to pop the caliper apart. They've had some brake problems already. Have Dr. Vapes. So that cart's still being worked on. Don't want them to fall too far down the order given how far that they've run through. Still in second place. They've got a lap or so on TVP and 2 laps on Century Sim. Dr. Vapes may fall down to third place here. Kart back on the ground, being rolled backwards to number 30. Blaze Tunstall in that. They've cleared the 2 minutes 45, so as long as they don't exceed the speed limit, will they fuel? They will fuel. They're going to take it on. They're going to end up having to do a splash and dash with around about 40 minutes to go.
They're having to fuel it because it's empty. That's why they've been on the mechanics bay. It's been drinking fuel a lot faster than it should have done.
Right.
And then they were out how long on that last stint? They fueled it up before they went out.
And it's coming empty. An hour and 10 minutes.
Right, so they've gone through a full tank of fuel in an hour and 10 minutes. So that's been the issue. So they've had that looked at.
I mean, they're going to have to pit again.
New bits have gone on it.
Yeah.
And they're hoping now to get an hour and 40 minutes.
Must be a rocket ship if it's using that much fuel.
Exactly. Well, I mean, it's been going quickly, hasn't it? But not that quickly. Right, David, I'm going to ask you to step out momentarily because we've got George from the Barbarians here, who's in a fight for P2 in the pro class.
George, who accused us of bullying him, Tom.
Oh, is this the George that accused us of bullying? Right, okay, well, let me go to town on George.
Nice.
How are you, George?
I'm a little bit tired, I would say.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's people out there who've had a bit more struggle than we have, but yeah, it's a long old race, and in this heat, oh my God, the first stint I did yesterday, 3 to sort of 4 or 5ish, unbelievably
I
hard.
described it on the stream as well up.
It was, yeah, I agree, absolutely. It was roasting.
Very technical term in weather reporting of well up. It was absolutely baking yesterday. I think the temperature on my phone said it was about 31, but I reckoned it was about 34, 35.
I think the thing is, when the sun gets up over the garages, it's heating up all of that tarmac that runs right into the back, and it's just like an oven in there. It's so if it's 32 out here, it's got to be 35, 36 in there.
It's metal roof as well, isn't it? So it's just going to be radiating the heat as well. But the track temperature was probably, about 50 degrees, would you say? I mean, you're the strategist for McLaren. You would be able to tell us.
Yeah, we haven't quite got the track instrumented in quite the way we normally would do.
Did you not bring your little temperature guns?
I'm afraid not. But actually, we have Darren Stanley on the team, and he wrote our special piece of strategy software just for this race.
I love it.
Which has been absolutely fantastic. In the past, I'm sure many teams will relate to struggling with the Excel spreadsheet. Somebody entering the wrong number in the wrong the wrong formula in the wrong cell.
Yeah, happens every day of my life at work that somebody puts the wrong number in, and then whiskey ends up somewhere where it shouldn't be. But that's my daily life, and that's not a drinking problem. That's because that's what I do. Is I work for a transport company for whiskey, and so it ends up somewhere where it shouldn't be. Somebody's put a wrong number in, but. So is that what it's been done then? He's written an Excel spreadsheet. You're typing in how long the stint length was, how long the pit stop was, and all that kind of stuff, and then it works it out from there.
It's his own website, basically.
Right.
All we do, enter the stint length, adjust it after the pit stop, and runs it all the way forward. Got the driver order in there, and for everybody who isn't a software wizard, you can there's only one thing you have to change each time. So it's a quality bit of software, I would say. He wrote it in between FP1 and FP2 at the British Grand Prix.
Beautiful. Well, I mean, what else are you going to do with your downtime when you're
exactly.
running 1-2?
Listen, this is the most important race of the year for us.
Well, what I was going to say is when you're running well between FP1 and 2, the cars are looking fine. You're running right at the front already. What are we going to do between FP1 and 2? Well, we could rebuild the whole thing. We could completely change the setup, or what we could do is park it up, give it a polish up, and then we'll go off and write some strategy for the Le Mans 24-hour kart race.
Absolutely.
So talk us through the season so far for McLaren, and talk us through also what you specifically do for the team.
Yeah, so I'm a single car strategist on Lando's side of the garage, basically. So the way we are set up, we have one strategist on Lando's side, one strategist on Oscar's side, and then the chief of strategy in the centre, so he kind of signs off all the decisions. So I've talked to the race engineer and input on the decisions that we make during the race, basically. So when we're going to box, what tyres we're going to fit, that sort of stuff.
Brilliant.
And the season so far, not bad, I would say.
So, well, of course, not bad. But so let me ask you then, how do you get into that? What was your background for that? I mean, let me put it another way. Are you a maths genius? Did you go to university and do engineering? What gets you to a point of where you're 16 years old and you're in school and you're doing your GCSEs to then being race strategist for McLaren?
Yeah, I would say I had probably a bit more of a roundabout route. I think what's interesting about the strategy group that we have at McLaren is that there's people from all kind of different backgrounds, I would say. So there's a couple of proper mathematicians, like you say. Mm-hmm. I would say I'm definitely less on that side, and what I did was a bit more operations type focus. So you could have mathematicians, engineers, a whole range of different backgrounds. I would probably say I was even more like a mechanic, even.
Right.
And I think the fact that we've got this kind of more well-rounded group means that it works quite well for us, really.
So what was your journey then? So like I said, from 16 years old, what happened next? Did you do A-levels at school, or did you go to college, or what did you do?
So I went to Brooklands College, did a motorsport engineering BTEC there.
Right.
Then I went to Oxford Brookes University, did motorsport engineering there for 4 years. Did a placement year as the team leader for the Formula Student team.
Yep.
I think that was the big thing that made the difference for me. When you're at uni, you learn how to get, you get your degree, but when you're doing the Formula Student on the side, you learn so much more applicable skills and working with people.
And I would assume that teams are watching
100%.
Formula Student. They're looking for talent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not necessarily in F1, but certainly F2, F3.
I got a job straight from uni, straight into McLaren Formula 1 team. So
wow.
100% they are. Yeah, and exactly that. If you're keen, get out there, get some experience. If you're at uni, do Formula Student. If you're not at uni and you want to work in Formula 1, go and volunteer with your local race team. There's loads of national, like you say, Formula Renault, that sort of stuff, GTs that are...
Well, we've got Sean Goff, who's co-owner of Optimum Motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right.
So.
Yeah, I've seen them wandering about. Exactly, and there'll be plenty of guys that have got, and girls nowadays as well.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Who have, just, got in by helping out with a team like that and progressing up through it. So I think what I would say is it's surprisingly open. I don't just imagine that a Formula 1 team is completely unachievable. I would say I'm a very normal person and I've ended up doing a very abnormal job. With quite a bit of luck, probably, but a bit of determination, and it's worked out okay for me. So I went to Oxford Brookes Uni, like I said, did Formula Student there. I actually was doing an engineering degree, but the thing that I was better at was the operations side, so on the Formula Student team. So look at making sure that rather than designing all the bits, when the designs were ready, that we had all the materials we needed, that the people, the machine shop was booked and ready for it, that kind of stuff, doing the sponsorship stuff in the background. So then I applied for the operations graduate scheme at McLaren, did 2 years in that. Went to race logistics, went out to the track, did pit stops when I was a spares guy, came back to the factory and did some continuous improvement and some software type stuff. And at the same time was getting to know the strategy team. I used to live with one of the strategists, and we just talk about race strategy all the time. I know Century Sim Racing are actually doing quite well.
They're up into P11 now, yeah.
So at the same time, I was really into my sim racing, doing stuff on iRacing, and I was talking to the strategist a lot about, how can I take the iRacing to the next level with, leveraging a bit of Formula 1 experience. So we got working on that, and then I ended up helping out with the F1 esports team for McLaren in 22 when we won the F1 esports World Championship. A job came up straight after that in the strategy team, so I joined after that, best part of 3 years ago.
Brilliant.
So that's the full story. I'm sure everyone else is quite tired of listening to me now.
No, I think it's fascinating because that's the side of the story that you don't get to hear, and that's why I asked the question is how do you get from a 16-year-old in school to working in Formula 1 in the garages? And like you say, there's a lot of different routes that you can go down, and there's a lot of luck involved, I'm sure, as well. But mostly it's going to be hard work and determination.
There's a lot of different roles that people don't actually kind of even know exist. We've got Scott, who was a reliability engineer, for example. Like, when you're doing an engineering degree, no one talks about reliability. You just imagine when you're doing Formula Student that when you press go on a CNC machine, that the part is going to come out and be the right shape, and you've got quality inspectors and that kind of thing that do that kind of stuff at McLaren. Yeah. Then you get all the parts of the circuit, and somebody's coordinating which bits are turning up when. There's just it's a massive team with so many different roles, and it's not just aerodynamicist or designer or strategist or driver.
Yes.
There's so much more to it, and lots of different people from lots of different backgrounds end up working in F1 and all kinds of different things. So
as I said earlier on the stream, I've got one of the drivers that works for me up in Glasgow. He's a truckie for McLaren.
Yep.
So he does all the European seasons. So that brings me on to the next question, and probably the final question, because we are going to have to wrap this one up. But it's a 24 race season now, which, my opinion,
25 including this one, I just say?
Yeah, for yourself, yeah. But for me, that's far too many. I'm sure you and the team all feel that that's far too many as well. But that's certainly my opinion on it, is that there's far too many races now. And I think it dilutes the prestige a little bit of winning a Formula 1 race, because there's 23 other opportunities to do it later in the year, whereas when before there was 16, 18 races, it made it a lot harder to actually win one. That's my opinion on it. But how many do you go to of the 24?
Well, the first thing I would say,
or are you based in the UK?
It certainly takes the pressure off for example, when I come to Le Mans once a year, we better deliver. We need to make sure we don't mess it up. So it's a bit nicer that I think one of the things I like about Formula One is that every week you get to reset and go back, and things happen so quickly that you can have a poor race, come back the next week, change some stuff, and straight away you figure out if you've made improvements or not.
Yeah.
I think I'm doing 6 races this year. I was out in Monaco, Bahrain test, Japan, so and I'll be out at the next one actually in Belgium. So you keep an eye on the pit wall. You might see me at the far left-hand side.
Brilliant.
Can we
actually
quickly
on the pit wall?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, the seat on the furthest to the left. That's where I'll be sat.
On the Pratt perch.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Truly.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye out for you, George.
I did actually come over to talk about the kart race a bit more than McLaren. Perhaps.
Yeah, let's do that then.
So I think we're in a really interesting race at the moment with CBR 213, 28 seconds behind them.
38, but closing in by the looks
38.
of things. Yeah,
oh, that's disappointing.
Well, you just gone a second a lap quicker than them.
We've got Chris Spence in the kart, who you interviewed towards the start of this race.
Yeah,
and he is absolutely incredible. The guy has barely done any karting before. Hopped in at Le Mans the first time, and it looked like he was born in this kart. He's been absolutely fantastic with the amount of karting experience that he's got. He's been brilliant. And we've got Andy Towersey on our team as well, who I think you gave a shout out, the director of composites. And same thing. He, over the last couple of years, when he first turned up, it was like, right, we'll just get Andy in overnight and he'll plod around and he'll be all right. And now he is absolutely fantastic, just on the same pace as everybody else. And having that seat time, having him out in the kart, solid as a rock. So those guys I wanted to give a particular shout out to, doing a smashing job. We'll have Scott Beattie in for the last stint, hoping that he can catch up the CBR kart and give them a bit of a hard time.
There we are, just going up the inside of the final corner, getting a lovely clean move done as well. But one of my stock phrases when it comes to these events is there's no substitute for seat time.
Yeah, 100%.
The only way you're going to get quicker is sitting in the kart and driving it and racing it and just getting experience. It's the only way that you're going to get faster. You can watch as many YouTube videos as you want, but unless you're actually here doing the race in person, that's how you get good. I
mean, what we've basically said to anyone who's come in for the first time is your first Le Mans 24 is your practice, because we have 6 drivers and we all do the mechanicking, we all drive, there's no support crew, and in the 2 hours that you get, it's really tough to really get a good handle on what's going on. And then once you got out there in your first stint, that's when you really learn what's happening. And it's been great that we've got 6 guys on the team now that are more or less the same pace, and you don't have to worry about anybody going out and bending it. We're just nice and keep a cool head and just keep plodding around, picking it up.
Tick the laps off.
Exactly.
Tick them off
and
one by
right
one.
now, we've had a few mechanicals along the way, as everybody does.
Yeah.
And we managed to get just back on the front page of the timing sheets, and if we can give CBR a hard time, then we'll try our best.
Just going to refresh my timing because it was 38 seconds, but I think it might be, it's updated 37 seconds and still running half a second quicker than CBR 213 with 2 hours and 16 minutes to go. There's a chance,
Well,
there's still a chance.
Scott's going to have to put a shift in the final stint.
Well, we're definitely going to keep an eye on it as well as the fight for second in elite as well. That's down to 15 seconds is that gap. Teesside Academy and Pro, where are they? 11 laps clear of CBR 213 and yourselves in Pro, and then rookie we've got Idamos, who are 12th overall, and they are 8 laps in front of MPMC 101, with Team Yellow Racing 555, who were leading the class when we came back on air. They've now dropped to 3rd place because of a mechanical. Well, thank you very much, George, for joining us. Really appreciate your time and for coming and saying hello and explaining a lot, and I'm sure it was educational for our viewers as well, and when our drivers here are watching it back as well. So if they ever need some tips on how to get into Formula One, because pretty much everybody wants to work in Formula One, don't they? That's why we're all here, really. But
a big shout out to
we all think we're
everybody
Formula One drivers, or good enough to be Formula One drivers.
There's a lot of failed racing drivers in McLaren, that's for sure.
Well, there's a lot of failed racing drivers here as well.
Big shout out to the whole Teesside crew and yourselves. It's been a fantastic event, as it always is every year. Looked after us very well. And yeah, I look forward to listening back to, probably not to this bit of the commentary, to be fair,
Well,
but to some of the other bits.
Well, say hi
thanks
to Andrea for me when you see him. Tell him I haven't seen him since we were walking up the plane, walking up the steps of the plane to go to Texas last year. But a lovely man. They all seem genuinely like a lovely team, like a lovely group of people.
Yeah.
You've got Zach, who seems like a genuinely nice person. You've got Andrea as well. You've got Will and Tom. Who just seem like sound guys, and then Oscar and Lando, who are just Oscar and Lando, aren't they? And they're just the guys at the top that we see on TV. Like you say, there's 1,000 people still, something like that.
Yeah.
That then pull the strings behind, behind the show and running everything. So, yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much for joining us, George. I've been on a long time, George. But yeah, thanks for that. And yeah, we hope to see you soon. And we'll, fingers crossed, we'll see you here next year as well. You never know, you might even bring a Formula One or ex-Formula One driver along with him. Who knows with McLaren? Probably bring Coulthard or something like that. Just why not? We'll just rope him in. So, Barbarians 34 seconds behind now, CBR 213 for second on the road. Because they were MKT last year. I think they went under McLaren karting team, just known as MKT. But Barbarians now, and that's something I should have asked him really, is where the Barbarians name came from. But I think David's got the answer to that somewhere kicking about, but he's just off making me a brew. So come back onto that. Optimum Motorsport now for P2 on the road. 14.7 seconds behind, so the gap's still coming down. Apex Twin Racing number 3 are in for a scheduled stop, as are RD Kartsport are not in for a scheduled stop. They are up on the mechanics bay, and because there's only me here, I can't find out what's going on, but I'll send David along. But they were 27th overall and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th in class, but they were only a couple of laps off Apex Twin Selected Works and CBR 313 for 5th in class. So this is kind of what it's all about now. When you reach this point in the race, if you're sort of 5th and 6th in class, you're just fighting, and your motivation is just to claw in the guy in front and the team in front, or girl in front. Just chase them down, hope for a bit of luck, hope that they have something go wrong with their car, and that karma comes back around and you get some luck go your way. And I think that's probably the key way to put it is there's a lot of karma in motorsport, and particularly in endurance racing. And you do tend to find that what goes around comes around, particularly if you're a bit robust with people on track. You get your elbows out a bit, you'll soon find that people aren't quite as willing to let you go through as cleanly as before. We mentioned it on the first part of the stream with how Kart Events Belgium, who have been perennial winners, not just here but also in the higher kart class at the British 24-hour. They have won many 24-hour kart races, and the way that they go about it is that they're very polite on circuit. They will come past and overtake you, there's no doubt about that. They're very quick drivers, but they get past cleanly. They get past in spots that aren't going to hold them up, and it also, they don't do things like block passing where they'll park it on the inside of an apex and wait for you to push them out of the corner, and it, like I said, essentially block pass you. They don't do that. They're very clean, and then if you see them coming the following time round that they're going to come and lap you, which is inevitable, such as their pace, you have a look over your shoulder, you see them behind you, and you just blend out the throttle a little bit earlier going into that turn 9 hairpin, going into turn 1. And you just give them a little thumb to the right. On you go. Not a problem. And you'll get a big thumbs up after, thanks very much. And you go, and under your helmet, you have a little smile, and you go, you're welcome, lads. That's the way to go racing. That's the way to win a 24-hour race. And yeah, there are some people who will have been getting their elbows out, and as we say, karma will come back around and bite you eventually. It's a long time, is 24 hours. Although, only 2 hours and 9 minutes to go. Welcome back, David. I've just been waffling about karma.
Thanks, I didn't know. I'm fairly sure I've just heard you say it's a long time is 24 hours.
Well, it is.
It's a day.
Well, it's a long. You can travel a long way in 24 hours.
Oh, is that
probably.
what you said?
No, that isn't what I said. But that was what I meant. Really, is you can travel a long way in 24 hours, and in that distance, a lot can happen. And what I was saying is that karma is very much a thing in endurance racing, and what goes around tends to come back around. But likewise, it can go the other way as well. Century Sim being the prime example of that. Started from last, karma bit them early on, but then what's gone around,
well,
what came around has now gone around.
Well, it bit
They've
them
gone the other way.
It bit them Friday and Saturday morning, didn't it?
Well, it did.
They got all of their luck out of the way before the race started.
And that's my point.
Yeah.
So all of their bad luck happened in the before we'd completed 90 minutes of this race.
I can't remember who it was. They said, "Oh, we've had a terrible practice." I went, "Yeah, but you're not here to practice. You're here to race."
Trophies that are currently being set up in the pit area for our race winners. That's what you're here for, and you only get them in 2 hours and 7 minutes time. You don't get them on Friday.
No, it's not. This isn't NASCAR. There's no stage win.
No, exactly. There isn't. No,
It's a really strange concept. I know you don't mind a bit of NASCAR, but it is a really strange concept that they effectively have a checkered flag. Like, was it 30% into the race?
It's normally about 25 and 50 or 25 and 60, something like that.
Percent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The final stage is always significantly longer than the first two. Sometimes it's as long as stage 1 and 2 combined.
I know it's designed to try and keep everything together, isn't it?
Yeah, well, what they used to do was what they call competition cautions, where if they didn't have practice days and things like that, you would turn up, just jump in the car and race. You might have a qualifying session. Sometimes they even only did one shot qualifying as well, so one lap. So that's where you're really relying on people like George to rock up and say, this is what setup we're going with, based on previous year's data, and you went out. And so then what they do is about 15 to 20 laps into the race, they'd throw a full course yellow. Everyone would pit, and you would be given the opportunity to change your setup, having got that 20 laps of experience. And then from that point on, then you'd have a proper race. Because they didn't want people going off who've got their setup absolutely bang on and being 2 laps ahead 100 laps into the race.
Yeah.
Because it's just boring. So they called it a competition caution.
Competition caution. Did you have a good chat with George?
I did.
Did he...
well worth listening back to.
Yeah, I didn't. I do like when you start talking.
You didn't have the conversation.
No, I know that. I know that whenever I hand my headphone over to you, I've got 15 to 20 minutes. It was the same with. I came when you were speaking with Andy Clark from Cole Clark Racing.
I got telling off for that, didn't I?
Well, I came over and I went, we've only got 10 minutes before we need to wrap this up, Tom. It's like,
he was here for about half an hour.
Yeah,
but it gives you a bit of a respite, doesn't it?
No, it's all good.
But no, George was giving us the. I asked him what his route to Formula One was from when he was 16 years old. Because I thought it's interesting for viewers out there and people who want to get into the world of Formula One how did George do it?
I'm going to listen to that back. Don't ruin it for me.
No
Or you
spoilers.
can. No spoilers.
Let's
but
have a...
He works with Lando, doesn't he, George?
He is... yeah, so what he said is he is Lando's strategist. However, there is a chief strategist for both sides of the garage.
Yeah.
So they both report to the chief strategist, who then makes the decision.
Yeah.
So there's one on Lando's side, one on Oscar's side, and then they go to the chief strategist, who then makes the decision. But he said he might well be on the pit wall in Belgium
Nice.
during the race, so we need to keep an eye out for him.
Keep an eye out. With his foot bouncing. They all bounce their foot, don't they?
Oh, I do that.
Horner style.
I sit here and
Well,
do that.
Not anymore. But
What do you mean not anymore?
I said Horner style.
Oh,
I was like,
Horner style. Yeah, it's not.
anymore.
Yeah, no. Well, not until he comes back, anyway.
No. Comes back wearing dark green, I'd imagine.
You think so?
Yeah.
If it was me, I'd just go and set up an F2 team,
Well, he's
or
tried.
F2 and F3.
Well, he had that, didn't he? He was
yeah,
he was
well, it's
in
part
with
of
Arden,
Arden,
yeah.
but why not go again?
Well, go again.
It's
and
not like
then-
he hasn't got the money for it.
Well, no, you go again and then wait for an F1 spot to open up, because they're not. Unlike the mid 2000s and up until probably Sauber, the last one, Williams potentially about 2050. They're not hemorrhaging money anymore in F1, are they? They're actually
No, they're making money
They're
now.
making them into profitable entities with the sort of cost cap now.
Yeah.
And so even teams like they were saying, like Alpine were allegedly up for sale last year. Hasn't come to fruition yet, but they were saying that the asking price was about $1 billion.
Yes.
Well,
Well, look at what Williams sold for as well
yeah,
when Derrilton bought them
so
out.
I mean, so I opened up my internet banking and closed it really quickly.
Yeah.
Yep, not for me that. No,
Mine opens with a minus.
another
so,
couple of years.
yeah, might have to wait a bit for that. But yeah, I mean, would you want to own a Formula One team? I mean, if it's making you money, then yeah, sure. Be silent partners, almost like
yeah.
Derrilton are. You know, employ other people to do all the donkey work, and you just
Yeah.
get your big rake out and bring the cash in at the end of the year.
Buy it, sell it after a couple of years, take your profit.
Buy yourself a private island.
Have some harder jobs.
Well, they call them investments for a reason, don't they?
Yeah.
And that, in fact, it's what I said when Derrilton bought out Williams. They're an investment group, and investment groups get to the stage that they're at, where they're buying Formula One teams and things like that, because they're making money
Yeah.
for people. 49ers Enterprises, for example, just bought Glasgow Rangers, bought Leeds. They own. Obviously, the 49ers, I think they own a basketball team as well.
It's just Fenway Sports Group, don't they? They've got NASCAR teams, baseball teams, Liverpool.
NASCAR, Roush Fenway in NASCAR, yeah. So, multiple different sports, multiple different enterprises, but they're an investment group of people. It's lots of people putting lots of money into the initial purchase and into the initial running of the thing, but then they all want the money back. And they want more than they put in. So you know, A, it's going to be run well, but B, you know it's not going to be like a Qatari royal family coming in who are just going to pump in billions and billions and billions, and they're not bothered about getting it back.
No.
It's fun for them.
Gap for second place has really started to come in, Tom.
Meanwhile, there's a race on.
Yeah, in the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, 15 seconds still. It's about the same, really. Titan to Optimum. It's not changed that much. Optimum are closing in, but not at a great rate of knots. Meanwhile, Barbarians, who, as we said, were just on the mic with us, 21.9 seconds now, and they are still lapping significantly quicker than 213 in front of them.
Who's in the 213 at the moment? They've got a fairly steady lineup. I think that's probably the strongest 213 lineup that we've actually seen. There's Century Sim, who we've been told not to talk about, Tom, between now and the checkered flag in case we curse them.
Who?
Century Sim.
Who?
I've never heard of him.
Don't talk about who?
No. So
we're funny, aren't we?
45 teams here at Le Mans and one other team that we're not going to talk about for another 2 hours. Very dusty round.
Just cleaning the screen because we're sat outside and people keep going over the grass and blowing all the dust into the air.
Yeah, that 213, they've got two drivers that they effectively borrowed from Mad Motorsport last year in Adam Deans and Andy Vesley. Adam Deans set the fastest lap of the race last year with a 101.56, which hasn't been beaten this year. Fastest lap of the race set by Apex twins Stephen Brett. Was it Peter Brett? 101.734 by Peter Brett, the fastest lap of the race. So still 2/10 off what the lap time was last year by Adam Deans. But he moves along with Andy Vesley from Mad Motorsport, in with George Watson, who will actually be in the 113, Tom. It's Ben Winter, who's in the 113 for the British 24-hour in a month's time. He's in the 213. Laura Blick, who we know is quick. Again, that's another fantastic rhyming segue. And George Watson. So that's a strong 213 lineup that were 8th in Pro last year, 18th overall. So really tight there in that 213 and the Barbarians battle.
I tell you what we've got, David. We've got 3 classes that, barring any major issues, the winner has been decided. Barring any major issues. Our elite class, our clubman class, and our pro class are all laps ahead of their nearest rival. The leaders in that class. However, in all 3 of those classes, it's going to be close for second place coming to the end of this race. All 3 of them. Optimum Motorsport are 14.5 seconds behind Titan for second place. We've got in the pro class CBR are 21 seconds in front of Barbarians. And in the clubman class, we've got TVP, who are 54 seconds in front of Dr. Vapes, which sounds like a lot and sounds like, well, that's not going to get closed in an hour and 57 minutes. But they're running around 2 seconds a lap slower. Dr. Vapes are on it. Absolutely on it. 102.8. The only team quicker out their last lap around was Optimum Motorsport. Full course yellow. For track cleanup? The quad's out there, isn't it?
The quad's getting hooked up. Yeah. Just quickly, I know you're looking at that. Earlier on, when we were talking about sort of safety in motorsport,
this is going to shake up that order, by the way, that I've just read out. So I'll bring you these numbers again once we go green.
Angie Folker sent me a video of basically what karting was like. Probably must be the 60s.
It looks like that video when in Cool Runnings where they're watching the bobsleigh.
They run across the track. This guy here just doesn't start, basically.
Yeah.
And how nobody gets like
killed.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is. They're still pushing them down the track. Yeah,
it is the video that you just showed me there, David. Like I say, you know that bit in Cool Runnings when they're watching the bobsleighing on the projector and it's all black and white. This is what bobsleighing is.
Yeah,
it's like that. It's that level of video.
So clean-up underway down at the far end of the circuit. TVP used that as an opportunity to pit under the full course yellow. They've actually been stretching fuel all the way in every single stint of TVP, Tom. They've been doing stints at... They've gone 2 hours, Tom, for the last 5 stints, TVP. They've only got 1:56 on the clock. They're going to be running to the checkered flag now unless they have any problems. So they're the first kart for me that pits without a need to pit again are the TVP number 27 kart. On 7 occasions, they've gone over 2 hours on fuel. And I'm not... whether that's
who's that?
TVP.
TVP?
Have gone over 2 hours on fuel on 7 occasions. Longest stint of the race was... about 8 o'clock this morning, where they'd gone 2 hours and 4 minutes.
How are they doing that?
Driver's a human fuel tank.
It's like
lift and coast.
Is he going out with another little pipe in his trousers?
Yeah.
And he's just like squeezing a little bit in,
Topping it up.
just telling the engine just tiny sips. Just a little nibble of the fuel. Don't take a big bite. Meanwhile, Dr. Vapes is going out and it's like Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Fuel. Gulping fuel
Hungry
down,
hippo to the
gulping
fuel
air. Got the front end of a Bugatti Veyron. It's like, drinking the fuel in.
This thing uses 8 litres in an
Yeah.
hour.
They're going round with one of those the Munich Beer Festival, with the women with the 8 steins in each hand. They're going out with that, needing that level of fuel to get 2 hours out of it. But we jest, of course. You've just knocked my ears off now. I can't hear myself.
Mine had gone, and now yours have gone.
Are we back?
No. That. Stick that on the list of things to replace.
I mentioned that a couple of weeks ago. That
we'll get
we've
that
got
sorted.
a dodgy connector. Can you hear yourself now?
No.
Oh.
That's fine. Now I can hear you, I think.
Okay. Right. Good. Can you hear me now? Shabba.
Hear me now.
Right. Under 2 hours to go here.
Hear me now. 2 hours to go.
We are back under full green flag conditions. So once we've got our first flying lap underway, and I have refreshed my timing for around about the 100th time this morning. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to close that down and I'm going to restart the actual...
The web browser.
I'm going to restart the tab and see if that helps it keep it on, because it keeps pausing and it's doing me nothing.
JJR bring the 777 in for what will probably be their final pit stop of the race.
We've ended up with one big train again, for the most part, with the exception of Titan Motorsport, who are off the back and are going to have to fight their way through all of that. So, 29 seconds. So the gap has doubled to Optimum Motorsport for second place on the road. But, as I said, Titan have got to go through all of that group. Every single kart on the track is currently in front of Titan Motorsport.
Optimum have got a fairly clear run. They've got 3 karts in front of them, one of them of which is Teesside Tigers.
Before they then hit half a lap of clear air.
We're putting the tyres back down the far end in the... so they got nudged to the left overnight.
Well, that'll be a surprise when they get down there next. That one, surprise! You can't go over that rumble strip anymore.
Well, I can't remember who it was. I was speaking to someone last night. It's like, yeah, they put that tyre wall back in the place. You know, like on the outside of turn 1 in the middle of the night, and it's black, and it's like you come round, it's like surprise.
Yeah. Right, so we've covered the gap has doubled from 14 out to 29 seconds for Titan to Optimum. The Dr. Vapes and TVP gap. Did TVP just pit? Is that why we were talking about their fuel strategy?
Yes,
right,
it
okay.
was.
Sorry, I was thinking about other things. Right, so TVP have dropped down to 4th in class. Dr. Vape still owe us a final pit stop. We think that's going to be TVP's last stop.
I mean, given the way Dr. Vapes is going for fuel, we might see him 6 or 7 more times.
They were going 2 seconds a lap slower than Dr. Vapes with TVP. Lift and coast.
Yeah, well,
it's got to be the strategy. If someone is watching from TVP down in the paddock, or anyone knows where TVP are in the paddock, in the pit lane and the garages, come up and have a chat with us and talk us through what's been going on with your race, because suddenly we're in the fight for a podium.
Yeah, they're only in Bay 4, Tom, so they're not a million miles from the entrance to the pit lane.
Okay, might go and see if I can grab someone myself.
If anybody from TVP's there, look, come and talk us through your strategy, because if you're saving, if you're 2 seconds a lap down, but then you're saving
2 minutes 45.
Yeah.
A couple of times every 12 hours.
Yeah, it works nicely, doesn't it?
Well, it certainly does, because they're in the fight for second place overall in class. Core Blimey Racing 113 in from 5th place in Elite.
Yeah, that'll be their final pit stop. Will Folks has double stacked that. I imagine it will be Matt or Ollie Davis taking that over, but I haven't seen Ed Bars this morning.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Excitement. I've just checked what's going on in the Pro class, and that gap of 20 seconds that was CBR 213 to Barbarians is now 5.6.
Right, let's see if we can pick out where that kart is in the middle of that. Well, Barbarians are in a fairly easy spot.
Yeah, because they're in that bright orange one. CBR 213's got the red, white and blue.
It's primarily blue, and it's there in the middle of the
group,
up towards the far end of the circuit. Toby, I'm trying to pick out the 213. It's in this.
So 113 is in. That's Will Folks, who we think has double stacked. And there is Barbarians coming through the chicane now. Orange helmet and orange panel, Bigfoot panel on the front of that one.
I was about to say there's the 213, but the way that the light is actually shining there, it's
no. I think that would have been them as well.
Yeah.
4.5 seconds now, so another second a lap faster at the moment. Our Barbarians chipping away, and we could as we had somebody go through the gravel.
It's still up there. We've got Marshall running. The 213 is... I've lost them because I was looking now at gravel.
Well, somebody's in the gravel there, but
at the far end.
We're going to get
yeah, I'm trying to figure out who's in that blue suit with green shoulders for the 213. Could that be George Watson? No. The blue and yellows. Adam Deans, maybe.
Adam Dean. What colour helmet was it?
It's red and white.
Oh.
Yeah. I've no idea who's in the 213.
Okay, well, I'm sure we'll get an update from them.
Quick Finishers number 69 kart, Tom, that's been in the gravel down at the far end of the circuit. And because the field is already packed together, because of the full course yellow, he's had to wait effectively a lap for let the whole field pass before he can rejoin down the far end of the circuit.
And Seabear has joined us from Kart Events Belgium in the live chat comments. Seabear, yes, we are still alive. Thank you very much for getting in touch, as always. But yes, we are still very much alive here in the commentary gazebo. And if you go back about 20 minutes, you'll hear me singing your praises about how you approach these 24-hour races and how you manage to win as many as you do. Yeah, hang on a minute. I think we might have somebody from TVP just joining us. Bear with me a second. It wasn't TVP actually. Anyway,
it's one of the TRX 676. Had just come to say thank you
for giving Tilda a shout out. Tilda Williams, who has the green bell helmet. I wrote down in the notes.
Oh yeah, you went and searched, didn't you?
Yeah, well, there were a lot of white helmets, so we had to specify. Oh, it's a white bell, it's a white Arai.
Yes,
because they've all got the same suit.
Yeah, they're different shaped, aren't they?
Yes, we can spot them from where we are. So we've got the knowledge.
Yeah, we'll be here with
what helmets look like,
we'll
even though they're white.
We'll Bell, Arai, Stilo, Zamp, Stilo, Arai.
To some people, all white helmets are the same, but some are more white helmets than others.
I remember that's a famous quote, Tom. I remember it well.
As we always say, David.
Look,
when people talk about us doing commentary and they're like, how do you do it for 12 hours and that kind of thing, I always say this. David and I like to have a good time, and we enjoy doing the commentary, and we make each other laugh. And if we're laughing, we assume that the people at home viewing us are laughing along with us and also having a good time. And if they're not, It doesn't matter because we're still having a good time.
There's that, you know, that it's like it's all the famous quotes. You know, we'll fight them in the gravel traps.
Right, David's definitely had too much coffee this morning.
What? Two teas.
Oh, hang on, I'm getting an update.
Okay.
Right, Idamos are coming in.
Alfie Gallagher there
Alfie
with
Gallagher
a French accent
has
that's
given us the
way
update
left field.
This pit stop is going to be perfect. Did he say perfecto?
No, he said perfectione. So basically,
Perfectione.
he started French and transitioned very quickly across the border to Italy.
Right, we've had way too much coffee and not enough sleep. But yes, so Idamos coming in for what should be their last stop. Core Blimey Racing also should have made their last stop just now.
Yeah, Idamos with a more comfortable gap than they had an hour ago, with the Team Yellow 555 kart having that mechanical issue earlier on, which sort of robbed us really of a battle for the win in the rookie class. They've still got to get this final stop out of the way. I'm not sure who's in that at the moment, but I get the feeling if you were handing it over to somebody to take it through, you hand it to the fastest driver, I imagine they'd go Jude Fernahau, but we'll confirm that when they come in. Into the pits comes the...
Well, we'll know Jude Fernahau because he's got the MS suit on.
And a big JF on the back of his lid.
He's got massive JF on the back of his red, white and blue lid. Are we able to get the pit lane camera up, Toby, in about 15 seconds?
Not that one, we've de-rigged that one.
That's Owen Burton bringing in race for Ruben.
Just need to...
just an update on them. They are P7 overall and 5th in class, but I think they're going to be overtaken by Core Blimey Racing once they go out.
Teesside Academy have brought their class-leading pro entry, the number 28 car, into the pit lane for fuel, but are having to queue. And this was what I said, Tom, at around about hour 45, is that now everybody's trying to get into that pit stop window to get to the end
without having to make another stop.
Yeah, but to get to the end on the least amount of fuel. And now we're starting to double and triple stack in the fuel bay.
Yeah.
And it's not what you want. Academy have got a decent lead, so they can sort of take their time. They're not too fussed. But your teams that are in second and third places with 5 seconds, 10 seconds, the Titan Optimum battle. Titan are in here waiting. Optimum are down here waiting as well for their two drivers.
There's a queue. The Century Simmer in there as well.
An Optimum pit now. They might just, if Goff brings this slowly up and round, RD Kart Sport are fueling now. Goff will be on the weighbridge. He might come into a clear pit bay here for the Optimum 181. There he goes in the yellow helmet, the 2024 Junior Rotax Vice World Champion. Tom loves that line, so I'll roll it out as much as possible in the final hour 45. Grinds your gears, doesn't it, Tom?
Calling him a vice champion?
Yep.
Because there's no such thing.
Go easy on the driver.
I'm easy on the driver. It's his social media manager that we want to be having words with.
Fuller, go easy on the Pepsi. Tom, go easy on the social media manager.
David, stop saying vice champion.
I'm going all out, Tom.
No, stop it.
I'm an employee. I do as I'm told. Optimum in then on the 181. Here, Titan Motorsport stood, arms folded, watching how this pit stop unfolds over this second place. Energy are in for their final stop as well. Big shout out to them for how they've sort of improved throughout the whole of this 24-hour race, Tom. It's been a baptism of fire, particularly for a number of these teams that are effectively just doing this for a little bit of fun. But it's we always say it's fun until the visor goes down, and then everybody has a bit of a competitive side.
Yeah. Well,
Incoming.
If you're here to race, you're here to win.
Yeah, Incomidamos.
You don't get a participation medal.
For their final stop.
Is this Perfectione?
Well, we're about to find out.
Oh, it doesn't look like it because the engine's not firing.
No, that's Energy at the front. Idamos are there at the back. I think is that Ami Jurgens just getting out of that
Yeah.
Only know because I saw that she got some new 273s. And they look fairly new.
No, that's Ami's helmet and suit. Shame she didn't bring the Northampton Maiden one with her, but maybe she's given that up, actually, thinking about it. It might have ended up in somebody else's wardrobe.
So that cart being rolled forward. Ooh.
Bargain Racing
Are on the stand.
Leader of Club.
Yeah, are on the stand. Dr. Vapes. Have they been thrown a lifeline of Dr. Vapes? There's 4 laps between them, and Bargain Racing are in the mechanics bay.
It's already down, though.
Did it go up?
Yes, it did go up.
Oh, did it go up?
Yeah, but it's already back down. It's not being pushed off just yet. It's now being pushed back, is it? Engines being refired. And there's no queue in the fuel bay, so I imagine this is now going to get fuel.
Oh, man down.
This is a
man up.
It's a crash in the pit lane, but it didn't have a car involved.
He needs to sort. He needs to sort his Nassau panel out.
They've got time for that.
Yeah, but look, if it's not tight, it's not tight. It's just the bolt there, so it's come down.
No, but
you can pull it up. That's fine, but then it's going to spend the rest of the next stint working its way back onto your legs.
It'll be all right.
And then every time you lift your foot off the throttle, you bang your knee on it.
I'm sure they will be fine. Teesside Tigers also into the fuel bay, and they're having to queue.
Century Sim are following them as well.
Right, so we are going to have to wait for
less than ideal.
Bargain Racing to get back out to find out whether Dr. Vapes are going to overtake them or not.
Problem for Maple Motorsport. Left engine not starting for... right engine, sorry, not starting. That was left engine for Maple Motorsport after their pit, so they've pushed that forward. Bargain Racing heading down the pit lane now. Will have lost a bit of time, but not enough, I don't think, to drop them behind Dr. Vapes.
Well, you say that they're already on 2 minutes 40, and they're only just rolling down the pit lane.
Third place, but we know TVP will probably go back in front, particularly because Century Sim are having to queue for fuel.
That's 2 minutes 50 now for Bargain Racing. They were, 2 laps in front of Dr. Vapes, 3 laps in front. So they're not going to lose 3 laps. Teesside Tigers in from 4th overall. I think they and Century Sim are going to be my nominations for comeback of the weekend.
Who's that, sorry?
Teesside Tigers and Century Sim.
Yes.
I think it needs to be a joint unofficial award.
Yeah, I didn't have my headset on, so I didn't hear anything. I was talking to Kat because we've got a couple of trophies that we're going to pick. We've got basically a commentator's choice, which is basically just our choice. So that can be driver, team, and we've got a most sporting award. So we'll give
we'll
some
have a little confab about that as well.
We'll not announce it, I don't think, on the stream, because I don't want. It's one where we'll have a.
If we do it, we'll do it right at the end. If we announce it at all. But no, they're definitely the 2 teams that have come back. Likewise, Apex Twin Racing as well. The number 3 kart that was 2nd place early on. Then they lost a huge amount of time with various mechanical issues.
Race leader is in. Chrono Team Racing coming to pit for their final one. Looking at that optimum pit stop, Tom. 2 minutes and 48. That is a bang-on pit stop there for Optimum in their battle with Titan Motorsport.
So, Bargain Racing are on their outlap, 3 minutes 44. So they lost a lap. I think it's probably the best way to put it, is they lost a lap, but they should still be a lap in front of Dr. Vapes. When Dr. Vapes comes over the line and trips the timing line next time, we'll know for sure. Do you like that Maple Motorsport helmet, though, the driver?
Yes, who's that? Let's have a quick look. Obviously, while they're not great while they're on the mechanics stand, but who is the number 2?
If we can get the camera just to pan down slightly that we're on at the moment, you'll see it on the stream. There it is, just at the bottom of the shot there.
There, yeah, but just near Metro Plum. Trying to figure out, they've got their name on their waistband, but he's not facing in the right direction for me to see here.
But a good helmet nonetheless. Right, so where are we? Dr. Vapes are a lap behind still. I think I'm going to have to refresh my timing again. I'm sorry, folks, for having to keep doing this. But I'm going to refresh my timing and see how it's all going to shake out.
Yeah, the fuel bay now is getting progressively further up this up the hill, but surely the fuel line can't go any. Oh no, we've moved to the secondary fuel Bowser.
Right, Dr. Vapes are a lap behind Bargain Racing, which of course is more than a lap. So it'll be, once we get Bargain Racing back across the line, I'll be able to see what the rough distance is between them. So it's a lap and ... But they're going to 1.5 seconds a lap quicker are Dr. Vapes. Bargain Racing doing this technique where they've managed to be getting 2 hours out of a tank, or over 2 hours out of a tank of fuel.
Yeah,
incredible effort.
Those and TVP have been going long. Bargain Racing a 146 and 147.
So it's TVP, yes.
TVP.
So they're third in class at the moment. Dr. Vapes definitely owes one more stop though. So that's going to drop them down the order. It's really the fight for second that we need to be looking at. Century Sim, have they been in for their final stop yet? I think they have, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They queued, didn't they, for fuel?
So TVP and Century Sim separated by 2 laps. That's currently third and fourth in class. Dr. Vapes owes a stop, so it's going to be where Dr. Vapes blend out. Are they going to be in and around TVP, or is it going to be in and around Century Sim?
Century Sim not particularly helped, Tom, by the fact that they had to effectively queue for fuel and added 45 seconds, 30 seconds to their pit stop time. They did a 3:15 pit stop.
CBR 213 in from second in class in Pro. Barbarians have been in as well. Looks like they've made their final stop because they were very close in behind.
Have they?
CBR 213.
Have Barbarians masterminded an undercut? Has the director of race strategy?
Have they project managed their way to second place?
It's George Simmons, isn't it? The race strategist. Has he masterminded the undercut?
Well, we shall find out.
From the pit wall at Le Mans to the pit wall at Spa.
Let's see where they shake out once CBR 213 blend out. They've been in the pits a minute so far. Idamos have come back out on track, and they are still in the lead of Rookie.
See who's bringing their kart to the end.
They're 3 laps ahead of Met Police Motor Club 101. Third place in class now, Team Yellow Racing 555. They had a mechanical just after we came on air. They were running really, really well. And were leading the class, as I said. Got about 2 minutes to go before we find out where CBR have come out in relation to Barbarians. There was only a few seconds between them on track.
Yeah, I'm trying to spot where the Idamos car is. Just about. Must be heading towards us in the next 10 seconds or so, because everybody else has come past our commentary position. It is there. That's there it is. And as predicted, Jude Fernahau in that number 11 to take it through to the end.
According to the system, Barbarians are 2 minutes and 33 seconds behind Core Blimey Racing 213.
Well, that's when Core Blimey came in, though.
No,
they're still
as they're tripping, because there they go across the start-finish line now.
They're still in the pits.
Hang on. 14 seconds from now is the earliest that
Barbarians have just gone past.
And they've gone past. So it looks like Barbarians have taken second place away. They have taken second place away on timing as well from CBR 213, who were going to be heading out now. They are heading out now.
2:51 pit stop for Blimey Racing, so not disastrous. Lost 6 seconds off the optimum time in the pits.
And it looks like they're going to be around about 19 seconds down on Barbarians.
Andy Vesely in that, I think, to take it to the end, potentially for the 213.
Well, that's a very strong driver to take it to the end. We know Andy's skills. So, this is going to be a fight now right to the end of the race between these two. We're still waiting on Titan to make their final stop. That will let us know how that's shaking out between second and third overall. Dr. Vapes also need to make their final stop, but they could go as much as another 45 minutes and do a splash and dash.
Yeah, they need
provided they sorted those fuel issues out.
Well, yeah, I mean, would you fuel it to the top just for your own peace of mind, particularly knowing how much fuel you're going through? A 1 hour 50 as well.
You'd certainly do 2/3.
Well, it was a 1 hour 10 last time, wasn't it, Tom? And that was how much, and it was drinking fuel.
Yeah.
Probably getting a good straight line waft, but
just going to get
Ollie Davis in the 113, I think, to take that one to the flag. Currently in 6th place. How many laps did we do last year? I think the lead, I'm sure it was 1:3.45 last year was the winning distance. 1:3.17. I think we might beat that this year, Tom. It's been a fairly trouble-free run for Chrono Team Racing. They had one penalty around about 10 o'clock last night, and I don't think they've had much in the way of a mechanical issue throughout the race. They've really nursed that kart, and have been rewarded at the moment with a 3-lap gap, which will be out to 6, I think, when Titan pits.
13.3 the gap, Barbarians to Blimey Racing 213. 13th and 14th overall, but second in the pro class.
So still quite tight for the final step on the podium. Potentially a case of what could have been for Blimey Racing 213 without that 2-lap penalty in the early phase of the race. About 6 hours in for the 213 with a 2-lap penalty for exiting the pit lane too early. Team Rango bring the 71 car into the pit lane for their final pit stop in the number 71. And behind them, queuing, I think, is the 40 of Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat. So, have got some queuing action going on again in the pit lane. Mastercart Slower in the 83, heading out on track for their final stint. Looks like Paul Jagger will hand that kart over in the Mastercart Slower entry. 6 drivers in that one. Nikolai Angelov, Harry Foster, Paul Jagger, Riley Jones, Rodway, Mark Rodway, Chris Davis-Tong, one of the drivers in his first race back since a triple fracture of his arm in January for Chris Davis-Tong. Does sound heroic, but he did fall off his bike at about 7 miles an hour, apparently, from what he told me when I inquired as to what his reasoning was. Kart in the gravel down the far end, and it's the Teesside Academy 2 car in the gravel. The number 43 entry that was a few laps off the podium of the 555. But the 43 has been in the gravel. So kart in the gravel down the far end, that will be brought back slowly and will be ready to get tipped. Have itself cleaned. It's making its way around at half pace, which is probably for the best so that we don't spray the entire track with gravel. But as per the regulations. If you go in the gravel, you come into gravel bay and have the kart cleared out. Get back out on circuit. The gravel here at Le Mans is like 10mm P gravel, so you get it in the sprocket, you get it under the chain, and we saw it get it in the throttle linkage with your Teesside Tigers and Race for Reuben entries yesterday in the daylight hours of the Saturday. So in comes the 43. Are they due in anyway in for pit stops, or have they been in recently? They came in about 15 laps ago for what would have been their final stop, but the 43 looks like it's Paul Swan in that car, has been in the gravel up at turn 1. CBR 213 in the pits and up onto the mechanics stand. The 213 from third place, left rear puncture is that. They've got effectively the length of a pit stop, 3 minutes or so between Blimey 213 and TRX Motorsport Pro. Kart going up in the air. They've only been in the pits for 10 minutes or so, handing that kart over to Andy Vesley. One of the other TRX karts in behind as well. The 43 is going up on the stand. Which one of the TRX karts is it? It's the 676, so not the one that's in contention for a Pro Class podium. So the 43 on the stand, having been in the gravel but now having work done to it as well. Looks like it was a brake issue at the far end, because we get a fair bit of steam coming off the rear end and cooling agent being applied to it. The 213 still being worked on. Hopes of a podium starting to dwindle away for the Blimey Racing 213 car up on the stand, third place. Going to drop down out of the podium places. TRX will close in as Blimey Racing, even if it goes down on the ground now, looks like a left rear puncture potentially. New wheel being taken. Don't really have to rush it, because say they've still got 2 minutes and 45 seconds. They're not going to have a driver change because Andy Vesley's only just taken the seat in that 213. Kart being lowered back down to the ground. They'll leave and with inside the pit stop window, I think, for the 213. You go at all the wrong times, Tom.
Like a power cut in a milk factory, David, it is all going off.
The mechanics bays are double stacked. The clerk of the course is double stacked. He's had 2 yogurts for breakfast. He's just on both there. So CBR 213 making their way back out onto track. Shouldn't have lost more time than the minimum pit stop time, but it will be very, very tight now for the final step on their class podium between the 213 Blimey entry and the 276 of TRX Motorsport Pro.
Yes. Now, Titan Motorsport in as well for their final stop. Or are they? Hang on. Has my live timing gone down again? Did they stop a couple of minutes ago?
No, they are in.
No, they are in, yes.
They are in, but they're down in the pit lane.
And they should be rolling and heading out. And there they are, in fact. And I think that must be Andy O'Neill. I don't think Mike Philippou's going back in.
2:47.5. Sure, that is a nailed-on stop, Tom, for Titan Motorsport. Optimum did a 2:47. Titan have done a 2:47.
Hero. Paul White bringing up the ice poles again. Thank you,
Tropical
Paul.
for the win. Cheers, Paul. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Race for Reuben. Paul White.
Taking it up, taking a handful round to the mechanics bay as well is Paul. That's great, and really do appreciate it, because despite the fact, Tom, that it's still only at 10:40 here, it is already 27, 28 degrees.
Yeah, my leg's in the sun at the moment, and I'm going to end up looking like a drumstick lolly, I think, because the bottom half of my leg's going to be bright pink, and the top half of my leg is going to be milky white.
They're no easier to get in than what they were yesterday either.
25 seconds, live timing says, once Optimum Motorsport come over the line in about half a lap, I think that's what it's going to shake out to be. Give or take a couple of seconds. Now Titan have crossed the line for their first flying lap once again.
Optimum are coming out of turn 9 and up towards the chicane.
It might be Mike Philippou back in, you know.
Because he was up here in the pit area and then wasn't when the pit stop happened. Sure that they'd had a slight change.
Who's that out for Teesside Tigers? Is that Lewis?
Lewis Jolly for Teesside Tigers. No, Josh Pulfreman.
Okay.
Lewis Jolly was in it. He's handed that over to Josh Pulfreman for the final stint.
They've had a good race, to be fair, from where they qualified. And the struggles that they were going through in practice and qualifying, they've ended up having a pretty good race. Right, Titan have come over the line. Optimum have come over the line, both on flying laps now, and 30 seconds is the gap. 4/10 quicker, though, were Optimum Motorsport. An hour and 18 minutes to go. It's going to be touch and go, is this. It's all going to come down, to use the cliche of 24-hour commentators, it's all going to come down to traffic now. Where they catch the traffic. Cheers, Paul. Where they catch the traffic, where the ebb and flow is going to be in terms of pace over the course of the laps, who can have the lowest average lap time. But not only that, Optimum Motorsport have got 29.5 seconds to catch up. They were 7/10 quicker that time around. It's coming down, David. Optimum Motorsport are closing in.
Working through the traffic, it's going to ebb and flow. There's effectively now we've gone from an endurance race of 24 hours to a 1 hour, 20-minute sprint race.
I'm going to go and have a look at what name is on the back of the Titan Motorsport.
Well, you'll need to be closer, won't you? Because you couldn't see from here earlier.
No. I think it might be Mike Philippou, but I'm going to find out when they come past us next. I'm just keeping an eye out for where they are on circuit. If I can have a little run down. Just so we can bring you an update on who's behind the wheel. Who's in the Optimum car?
Lewis Goff, double stacked.
Oh.
That was always the plan. I saw their nighttime schedule last night, and that was the plan.
I think it's Andy O'Neill. I'm sure that said Andy O'Neill on the back of it. For Titan. So 29.5 seconds was the gap last time around. I have to refresh my time in again. 29.1, another 4/10.
Just having a quick look. For something. Tom's actually gone to get a closer look. Just to confirm who is in that Titan Motorsport car. So quick, that's a 58 entry just coming through, allowing a few people to come through. They've got a very similar front panel to the number 11 Idamos carts, which was why I was just very, very mindful as I was looking through, because it looked like they were coming through with a slight issue.
It's Jack O'Neill for Titan.
So they do have the names on the back, but they also have different colours, don't they, on the shoulders for those two karts.
29 seconds exactly the gap. Second to third. We've got Met Police Motor Club 101 are only 2.8 seconds behind TRX Motorsport Pro. They're only 7.9 seconds in front of CBR 213. So the final step of the Pro Class podium, they're only separated by 8 seconds, David. Sorry, apologies. No, they are. They are separated by 8 seconds.
Them brake pads were bad, but them brake pads are worse.
43. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're playing top trumps on brake pads, and
that was the 43 that went off.
43's winning at the minute. Got a feeling they're not going to have much stopping power.
No, well, he didn't. He ended up in the gravel.
What with them being nearly see-through?
Yeah, he ended up in the gravel. He was in while you were on a comfort.
Back out now. Dropped them down to 28th overall, though. So, with the exception of Idamos, our rookie class have really, it's really been topsy-turvy with them since we came back this morning. They've not had a good final 4 hours of the race, with the exception of Idamos. MPMC 101 they've just kept it tight and kept it steady, and they've moved themselves into second place now in class. 7.5 seconds the gap for third place in Pro, 29.5 seconds for second place in Elite.
Oh, that's a black flag for the 181
of Optimum Motorsport, third place overall. Well, it's not going to be 30.2 seconds anymore, is it?
No, it's not.
For contact. Advantage by contact, we're told by Nigel Moore. Not giving the place back after making contact and overtaking. So normally what you would do is you would turn around, wait for the car to recover its position on track in front of you, and all will be forgiven. But clearly that didn't happen for Lewis Goff, and they are going to receive a 2-minute 45 penalty plus a telling off from the clerk of the course, for which I'm not sure which is worse.
Well,
for the team, it's the 2-minute 45 second penalty. For the driver, it's the telling off from the clerk of the course.
Well, it's their chances of second place gone, unless somebody else has a mechanical issue. Goff brings it in. Their chief strategist has just been up. Have we just been black flagged? Yes.
I did say Friday evening, though, before we started racing, when I was chatting to Paul and Nigel. I think you were there, actually. I did say that when we used to race in EKL, I used to know what level my commitment was whether Nigel Moore was standing on the inside of a hairpin, giving it the Vought doing arms out in the air while looking at me.
Yeah.
Am I driving hard enough? Right, okay, that's the limit. Can't send it any harder than that, because I will get a proper telling off.
So Optimum Motorsport pushing to try and get that second place, and they've pushed a little bit too hard. 1 hour and 10, and that gap for second place that was 30 seconds is now going to be 3 laps. What other questions are we getting?
They're in.
Troy has asked, who are?
Optimum.
He was here getting told off. He's
was he?
down
So it's
pit
behind
lane.
the screen.
Sorry.
Missed it.
Troy Blythe has said, are there different penalties for weight? I believe so, and I think it's 1 lap per kilo, if I am correct in that matter. Rockshot Gamer, what happened to track limits? They had a mechanical issue in the night, having led.
I'm not being unsociable, David. I'm trying to equalise my suntan.
They have decided to save themselves for the British 24-hour in a month's time. Dr. Vapes are in, trying to start an engine, although he's going down into his pit bay, so I'd start it there rather than trying to pull it up and over my shoulder. We have seen some heroic events before where people have leant over the shoulder and pull-started their own engine.
Oh, we saw it in the British 24-hour that year when the rain came down really heavily, and we were under about 6 inches of water in about 20 minutes, and that's not an exaggeration. It's online, it's on YouTube. After this race, you can go back and watch it. It's called something like When the Rain Came. And there's videos of, you can see them coming down what is now the Bob Pope Straight, and pull starting the engine because it got so much water in it, it's died, and they're coming down the straight pulling it while they're on circuit.
Bradley McRae, who's out for Bargain Racing at the moment, they've had a great race. They've been in with a problem recently, but they have
still
had
leading the class.
Super run.
7th overall.
Wouldn't surprise.
We've always maintained, David, when you come and do this race, your target has to be the top 15. If you can get inside the top 15 with 6 hours to go, you're in with a chance of a class podium, no matter what class you're in.
Yeah.
Just such is the nature of this race, and you can sort of shake it out from there. But you've just got to get to that 18-hour mark, and if you're inside the top 15, you're doing very, very well. Well, our top rookie class kart is 12th, second is 15th, and third is 19th overall. So that just highlights it that if you're inside the top 15, you're in with a shout, most definitely. 13th and 14th for second and third in pro class is a prime example of it. What have we got battle-wise on track? Idamos look like they're closing in on the back of Century Sim. Different classes, but that'll be for 11th and 12th on the road.
It's 14th and 15th, Tom, where the action's at for me. TRX Motorsport Pro holding the final step on the pro class podium. 5.5 seconds in front of Core Blimey Racing, who were in the pits with a problem 15 minutes ago.
Seven seconds to catch. It's actually going out. TRX pulling away now from CBR 213. It was just over 5. Oh, hang on. Is my timing not refreshed?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, 5.5 seconds was the gap, and to be fair, Met Police Motor Club, who I think have just fallen behind CBR, are still there as well, and behind them JJR and Apex Twin are all within 15 seconds of each other, Tom, from 18th to 14th to 18th. So let me see if I can find where TRX are, and we need to try and pick out them because they've got a number of karts trying to hunt them down in the 276 entry. I think they're heading down towards turn 9 and heading back towards us now.
We're just coming up to the top of the hour, which will take us into our final hour of the race.
Through the final chicane, up and over the start line, which I want to follow. 273, we've got a turquoise and red front panel.
Oh, what's going on? I can't hear myself again.
TRX, there are TRX in the 273. You raced your Final team on the Pro Class podium are TRX 273. We've got Century Sim behind them there on no, they haven't. That's Team Yellow, another team that have gone for the yellow and black arm livery. Then they've got 213 behind them now, Tom. You've got a clear run up to the back of that train. 4.8 seconds for the final step on the podium. And it was another Blimey kart that caught up and took the final step of the podium with 5 minutes to go last year. That was the 113. We've got an exhaust shroud being held in the middle of the track by one of the marshals. Team Yellow, is that 554 or 555 in, Tom, for a stop?
I'll tell you in a minute once they start the engines and
the
get rolling.
554, I believe.
Yep.
In for their final stop. TRX, where are we now? And where are Blimey racing? Sweet. We're in the middle of the lap. TRX are holding on to third place. We've got the TRX suit and a black helmet in that. I think it could be Chris Palmer in that 276 kart, or Craig Dickinson. They're the two drivers that I've got with black helmets. Normally have names on the back. Craig Dickinson, solely on the grounds that it was longer than Palmer on the back of his suit, I think, is in that kart. And the gap's down to 3.9. Andy Vesely is on a mission in the 213, and 23 hours into this race, Tom, he's doing 103.2s. Only Titan and Teesside Tigers quicker on the previous lap, I think, than Andy Vesely. Barbarians as well, maybe in the number 4, but Andy Vesely is lap on lap, noticeably getting closer. The timing confirming it as Tom gives his calves a bit of sunshine.
Well, I'm having to turn myself around, like genuine, like a rotisserie.
I had to yesterday when the sun came over here. I spent 4 hours just physically just burning.
Yes.
But I couldn't move the awning any further away, so you're just going to have to suck it up, Buttercup.
Oh, I'm sucking it up, but I'm turning around in, like I said, like a rotisserie, just so I can even myself out a bit. Because otherwise I'm going to have one side of my left leg is going to be bright red.
Tom the Doner Kebab.
And then the other half of my left leg and my entire right leg are going to be bright white.
We've got an hour and 2 minutes. I believe in you.
I mean, there's enough fat on me to be a Doner Kebab, but, you know.
999 Met Police Motor Club pit from 5th place in the Pro Class. And given that their man has gone to the mechanics bay rather than for down to where they fuel up, maybe that's a problem for the 999.
Oh, they can't fire one of the engines.
That's a problem for the 999.
That's probably a PJ9. Going to get impounded, that one. Not allowed to carry on the road anymore.
Mechanic Lewis doing a decent job of pushing him up the hill. There we go. Get him going. The engine will do, the one engine that's working will do the rest.
Yeah, right-hand engine being pointed to. Can't even get it on the mechanic stand without a bit of help getting it up the ramp. Jumps out. Real shame for them just as we tick up towards the final hour of the race.
The other engine on the left-hand side is the one where the exhaust shroud was missing that the marshal had, Tom. So, double problems, really.
Let's bring you through the class podiums as they stand going into the final hour. So, overall, and the elite class is headed 1, 2, 3, 4 on the road. Chrono Team Racing, Titan Motorsport 5 laps behind, Optimum Motorsport 3 laps further back than that, mostly due to an advantage by contact penalty in the last 20 minutes or so. They've been in and served that. Pro Class, Teesside Academy And they are 11 laps in front of Barbarians for that class victory, followed by TRX Motorsport Pro, but they're only 4.8 seconds in front of CBR 213. So that's probably going to be the fight that we're going to focus on for the final hour of the race, because it's the one that's most likely to change it. Clubman class, Bargain Racing are leading that one, followed by TVP Racing, but they are 3 laps behind. Dr. Vapes have made their final stop of the race now. They are 28 seconds behind, lapping around about half a second quicker than TVP as well. So again, that's one that could be all changed towards the final few minutes of the race. We'll keep an eye on that one as well. Century Sim Racing in 4th in Clubman class. They are a lap behind as well. So again, one to keep an eye on. Idamos are leading rookie class. They are 17 laps off the lead. Met Police Motor Club 26 laps off the lead. They're actually just in behind CBR 213 as well. So if they can latch onto a bit of slipstream from them, they're going to motor themselves along in the Met Police Motor Club 101. 3rd in class is Team Yellow Racing 555. They are 29 laps off the lead, so 3 laps behind Met Police Motor Club 101. So the rookie class now looks fairly settled for the podium, barring any major issues. Apex Twin Selected Works are 4th in class.
Oh,
2
Tom,
laps down.
Somebody threw the tyre through the cones at the chicane. It's Mastercard Slowler has
well, they're lucky we don't have any tennis
cones.
balls on those ones.
No. Skittle 3 of the cones. You'll be able to see them in a few moments as TRX head up here. There's the cones that have gone. There's the yellow flags being waved as TRX make their way through. There's only one other kart now. It's the Team Yellow entry between the 213 and the 276 TRX Pro as the 213 makes the move up into the top hairpin. There is the 276. Keep an eye out, because coming into the shot at the bottom left-hand corner is Andy Vesely in the 213. We are 23 hours and 2 minutes into this 24-hour race, and there is 2 seconds between the final step on the podium in the pro class.
We're watching them on circuit now. We pick them up on camera and away we go. It's Andy Vesely hunting down now the TRX Motorsport Pro class entry. And we said coming into this when in fact there's nothing between them now, there's no karts at all, no traffic. Andy can see his target in front of him. We said before coming into this, Andy's a good driver, he's got good skill set, plenty of experience in endurance racing as well. He's got that rabbit in front of him of the TRX Motorsport. He'll know their race suits, he'll know their team, he'll know who he's hunting down, and he'll know they are right in front of him.
Yeah, nobody between them on circuit. So they head out of the infield section and onto the fast blast down the middle straight between turns 6 and 7. 7 goes completely into 8, a double apex left. So they head down towards the far end at turn 9. Plenty of time. Vesely doesn't need to rush this, Tom, but
likewise, get it done as early as you can.
Get it done early and try and open up a little bit of a gap, because you never know when it comes to full course yellows whether you might not get the rub of the green. Gap was 1.6 on the previous lap. It's down to 1.3.
But he'll be in the slipstream now.
Will be
picking up the toe.
Yeah, particularly. Just in the live chat, who was it asking about the 919 Salient Racing? Carol Dowdall with the Irish entry, Aaron Gogren, Podrick in that as well, Parag Dodwell and Lorcan Bellew, Lee Daly Murtagh. in that entry. Had a tough introduction to the Le Mans 24 Hour, currently running in 38th place, but have been trouble free in terms of pit lane penalties and anything else, so seem to have adapted well to 24 hour racing. Not sure if we'll see them at the British 24 hour. I think they were originally on the British 24 hour entry list, and then an opportunity to come to Le Mans opened up and they transferred that entry over, so not sure if they're still on the British entry list. I will have a quick look because I've got that on a quick link, but we'll confirm whether the 919 is on there. No, they did transfer over to Le Mans, so hope they're enjoying themselves. They're an hour away from getting to the checkered flag. Ross O'Meara in the live chat, driver that we know through BPEC and through the Teesside Sprint, saying Vesley's got his head down.
He has got his head down. I was literally just about to say that. He is pushing on. He's right onto the tail now of Dickinson. But Vesely is pushing hard. You'll see him down the straight there, ducking down behind the steering wheel, trying to get the maximum amount of aero efficiency over the top of the car. Of course, these are averaging just over 40 miles an hour a lap, about 42 miles an hour so average speed over the course of a lap. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that's average speed. And I can assure you that when your backside is an inch off the tarmac, it doesn't feel like 40 miles an hour average speed.
No, when you're bouncing over them curbs, you're very, very aware of it. And Vesley's through, Tom. Down the intermediate straight, and Andy Vesley in the 213 is through on the TRX Motorsport Pro machine and leads us down towards turn 9, the final step of the podium in Pro. At the moment, looks to be going the way of the 213. Can the TRX Pro kart stick with? And now he's got a target in front. Can Vesley, with plenty of experience in endurance racing, make his way through the traffic and try and put some karts between himself and that 276 machine?
Well, they are catching up to a group of 3. It's a pair, and then there's a little gap, and then there's another one to get through as well. So it's who's going to be the most clinical getting through this traffic. Like you say, David, Andy well equipped to deal with the traffic situation. Plenty of 24 hours, plenty of BPEC experience. I believe some of the TRX Pro drivers are doing some BPEC races as well.
Yes.
Not sure whether Dickinson's one of them.
They've got a kart of TRX Motorsport Pro, definitely, in BPEC.
You would imagine so if they've been put out for the final stint.
Yeah, I think could be Palmer, Jewel, Dickinson, Pounds, Tricker. That's your 5 runners in TRX Motorsport Pro. Normally you'll get a 3-driver lineup for the BPEC 6 hours. Some teams run as 4s, but as Mastercart Slower are in to the pits, it's late for fuel unless he's got a bit of a splash and dash to do. Could he be coming towards the mechanics bay? Gravel bay. Less mechanics, more gravel for Mastercart Slower. So just the rear cover just being removed off the kart before it goes up on its side to have the gravel ejected from that number 83 Mastercart Slower entry. A lot of love coming in for the 213, Tom, as they chase down the TRX Motorsport Pro kart to take that 3rd place on track in that Pro class. Mary Malone saying thank you for mentioning the Irish team Salient Racing. We've got 4 Irish entries in this 24-hour race. 3 of them the Apex Twin entries of Apex Twin Selected Works and Apex Twin ECR. And then we've got the Salient Racing entry as well. Barry Shields' message from 37,000 feet.
Good lad.
He said, come on 181, bring it home. Well, I don't know if you're allowed to use the Wi-Fi on the way up to 37,000 feet, but if you weren't, you did miss them picking up an on-track penalty, a drive-through of 2 minutes and 45 seconds for advantage by contact as they pushed hard to try and close in Titan Motorsport. So looks like, as it stands,
and
the top three
pushed a little bit too hard.
Yeah, in that elite class is fairly set in stone. Chrono Team Racing with a 5-lap lead from Titan Motorsport, who in turn have a 2-lap lead now as it fluctuates between 2 and 2.5 between themselves and Optimum Motorsport. Teesside Tigers are a lap down on Optimum Motorsport, but ready to pick up the pieces if anything was to happen to those in front of them. In the pro class, Teesside Academy are looking comfortable. In the 28, Barbarians up into second place, CBR in third, having just done that overtake a few laps ago. Bargain Racing lead in club with TVP and Dr. Vapes in third place, and Dr. Vapes, Tom, are only 13 seconds behind TVP for step 2 on the podium.
Yeah.
Dr. Vapes, who have had a very strong race on track, had a brake issue yesterday that nearly took them completely, nearly took them out the track actually, down at turn 9.
Yeah, they nearly had to pay to come back in. They were that far off track.
Yeah.
He went right through the gravel trap and into the back tyre wall.
Right into the area of a gravel trap that I'd said to Rob on Thursday, we don't necessarily need the camera all the way over there because nobody ever goes in that part of the gravel.
Yeah, well...
And then Dr. Vapes proved me wrong.
Well, Dr. Vapes proved you wrong because the brakes completely failed. They had to come in and get a whole new brake kit put on the car. So every part of the brake system was changed for that car. But they are back out there and they have been putting in very good lap times all the way through the race. The car has had pace. Whether it's had brakes or not, it's had pace. There's no denying that. And they've put a good team together this year, and they are currently holding the final step of the podium in club,
just trying to pick
only 18.7 seconds behind.
Yeah, just trying to pick out where that number 30 kart is for Dr. Vapes. Must be heading down towards us, Tom, from the far end of the circuit.
I've had to...
And indeed it is, coming through the chicane now and up towards the start line. You've had to apply some sun cream.
I've had to apply some sun cream before I set on fire. Such was the level of what my missus would call Bernie.
There is the number 30.
Heading round what we've now nicknamed the horseshoe section, named the horseshoe section, the very long, it's almost 270 degrees, isn't it, right-hander? It might even be a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
Before they turn then into the left-hander.
Which then, all your lefts then from there are about 270 degrees as well, aren't they?
Yeah, so it's a 180 degree left followed by a 90 left, yeah, so that brings you back facing almost the exact direction you were before those two corners. And the really long left-hander that's flat out. I love that corner.
Yeah, I'm just going to get a closer look, Tom, in about 40 seconds or so as to who is in that Dr. Vapes kart. Just because Harrison Kirkham was quick earlier, but he's not on our comms notes. He's a late addition to that team. He's raced with them before, but wasn't on the original list.
But did so well earlier on that we put him in our fantasy team.
Yes, so I'm going to check if it's him or Mo Hassan back out in that to take them through to the end.
I'd be surprised if it's not Mo, but
I'm going to go and try and get a little
Not
bit of a
that
closer
surprised.
look.
So David's going to have a little run down to the side of the track now that he's seen where they are. And we're going to get an update on that. So it was 18.7, but while I refresh my live timing once again, 10 seconds. 10.4 is the gap. So come down by another another 8 seconds. It's now sub 10 seconds, 9.8. Oh, Blaise Tunstall, David said. As I said, I would be surprised, but not that surprised if it's not Mo Hassan. Blaise Tunstall behind the wheel of that. Under 10 seconds, David.
It's coming down, really is. We're going to get another, effectively, final shootout towards the end. We saw it last year. We've already had a last hour change in the pro class. Are we going to get a change in position? Now, the pro class one was to take a team onto the podium and also then take a team off the podium. This one's just going to swap steps 2 for step 3 between TVP and Dr. Vapes, potentially. TVP, who have had a fantastic strategy, Tom, of just eking out the pit stops with this minimum pit stop time. They've been doing 2 hours plus stints.
Well, TVP qualified 14th overall. So if you look at it, you go, oh, well, they've only made up 5 places. But it's not an easy thing to do that when it's that far up the order.
And what's not easy to do, it's getting tight. We've got a problem, I think, for the 999.
Again,
going slowly.
They've come off the mechanic bay.
Yeah, they've been in recently. And what is not easy, and I say this in no jest at all, lifting and coasting is not easy because it is a discipline. We know that, we've had teams that we've seen at the British 24-hour, Tom, in owners that have been very religious in their lift and coast and other methods of saving fuel, but everybody has to be on board in the team and trust the process. And here, where you've got a minimum pit stop time, more than ever.
And you need to be able to see the fuel level that you've currently got pretty easily as well, which isn't always easy with the light conditions that you get on track, the fact that your adrenaline's absolutely buzzing, the fact that you're that tired you can't actually bend forward to have a look yourself, or likewise lift your leg up enough to have a look.
No, JJR are going very quickly, Tom, and are actually looking to take 15th place off TRX Motorsport Pro. They're in different classes, so it won't affect either of them in their class positions, but that JJR, they've got some strong drivers in that. Jason Jordan Bolton, Hassan Zafar, Saul Gregory, Tom Fox, Hayden Harris. Now, 3 of them have finished in the top 2 in the British Indoor Karting Championships, with Hassan Zafar, the champion in the heavyweights, Saul Gregory runner-up, Tom Fox runner-up in middleweight. So they've got some pace in that team and are currently doing mid to high 103s as they try to close in on P15.
6.7 seconds the gap. It's coming down all the time. Dr. Vapes homing in on that second step of the podium.
There's the 27 that is currently in the sights of Dr. Vapes. They're currently using Barbarians at the moment to just basically using the slipstream of Barbarians in the 4, who are already in second place in the pro class.
You spoke to TVP in the Paddock Show right at the start of our stream about the Nassau panel, didn't you, or the Bigfoot panel, because they've it's been written on.
It's been written on from last year.
Right.
Yeah.
By
everybody I think that was here last year.
Okay. So it's the same panel that they had on last year, but now it's covered in Sharpie, or other permanent markers are available. But
now, again for TVP, Tom, last year they finished 30th overall and 11th in the club class. This year, they're currently ninth overall and second in the club class.
So another one as a team who've made a big step forward. LMS, towards the end of this race, have dropped out of the podium places, but they ran so well for probably the first 14, 16 hours of this race.
Yeah.
And where did they finish last year? In the 70.
Ninth in higher pro last year for LMS, 19th overall.
Okay, well they're currently 29th overall, so it's not going to be a better result overall for them, but as a performance, massive step forward. They were well inside the top 10 for hours of this race.
Yeah, until the technical issues. Apex Twin look like they're coming in for a top-up of fuel on one of their carts. Indeed they are. Who's that coming in? That is Apex Twin. I just saw a little bit of white on the top, and I had a feeling it was CBR, but no, they're actually on screen.
There's
We're going to track the
TVP,
27.
and my live time has gone down again, but I think that's them behind Titan Motorsport. So Titan Motorsport between TVP and Dr. Vapes on track, not in terms of position, but certainly as we look at it on the camera, Dr. Vapes, the third one of that group.
4.9 seconds, the gap now between TVP and Dr. Vapes. Fuel saving may well have gone out of the window now for TVP. They've just got to push. Dr. Vapes are at the back of the train, so they've got to work through a little bit more traffic.
So they're not quite the third one in that group.
No.
And there might be a couple back from that as well.
So you've got
there's TVP.
There's TVP. That's Titan behind them.
Yes.
There's a cart I can't pick out. That's Century Sim. Then you've got the Optimum Motorsport 181. One other driver, and then
Dr. Vapes.
Then the Dr. Vapes cart.
Okay, so Dr. Vapes is going to get held up a little bit now as they start to make their way through that traffic, and it's not slow traffic either.
No.
You've got two of your overall podium in that group.
And the same with the first session. The last session generally tends to have one of your better drivers out to get you to the checker. It's generally how teams employ it. They'll bookend their stints.
So second place overall now, Titan Motorsport. They're coming up behind TVP. If they can time this right, TVP, they might not lose anything. In fact, they're not going to lose anything as we lose a little bit of focus there coming down the straight. But there you go. Titan through. Didn't hold TVP up at all.
No, and TVP now will benefit from a couple of corners of slipstream maybe, and also
and who did you say was in for TVP?
I think it could be Tom Rollins for TVP.
Black suit, grey helmet.
Alistair Cother is that. I thought it was black and black, but yeah, Alistair Cother I think is the TVP driver. And as you say, Tom, in terms of not dropping off the back of the...
oh, no, if you can hold on to the back of second place overall for a few laps, that's going to do your hopes no harm whatsoever. Gap down again, though, 3.3 seconds. Needs to get in behind the steering wheel here and try and get pulled along a little bit by Titan.
Might go out, I think. I was about to say, no, it's down to 2.2. I thought it was going to go out just because of Dr. Vapes coming through traffic. But the traffic closing in. That's the Optimum cart with the yellow helmet coming up on the back there.
Is that them sending it on the inside?
It is, and that's Dr. Vapes through on for track position at the very least to move up now. So there's one cart now between Dr. Vapes and TVP. And the cart that's between them is a very quick one.
So I would expect the one on third place overall.
I would expect that 181
to potentially overtake TVP, and I think Dr. Vapes are using Optimum Motorsport as a bit of a hare as well as obviously TVP.
Optimum, who had that penalty earlier on, will literally now just be trying. They want to pass Titan just to prove that they can pass Titan.
Bit of pride, yeah.
also means it'll probably put them in about a region where is that an FCY? No, just waved yellows. Up at turn 1, karting the gravel on the outside.
We'll try and bring you who that is. Is that a 99 maybe? It looked like a pink,
be, yeah.
Pink front end.
Could well be the 99. It is, Tom. Great spot from distance.
So I could do this.
It's almost like we've been looking at these panels for nearly 24 hours now.
Indeed.
And the gap's really closed up here, Tom. Optimum have closed up on TVP and they've dragged Dr. Vapes with them as well. 35 minutes to go in the 2025 running of the Le Mans 24-hour race. And we could be on for a change for second place on the club podium. Titan in the 199 are there. That's the TVP car. The Optimum 181 and then Dr. Vapes just behind, trying to close in to take the second place on the podium. I'd expect the Optimum kart to make the move at the far end of the circuit. Through, there you go. Dr. Vapes just behind the TVP entry, nose to tail for second place. And Dr. Vapes are going for it. Plays Tunstall down the inside, change for second place with 35 minutes to go in the Le Mans 24-hour of 2025. And Dr. Vapes have fought their way back up the order, and they've fought their way back past TVP. And we've got a card in the gravel.
Is that KBR?
No, is that Met Police Motor Club?
Oh, it is. 999. They've had an awful last couple of hours.
In the gravel, down at turn 1, and Dr. Vapes have got through at the right time now, because we may go FCY here to get that out. It's in deep.
And the quad driver is getting himself prepared to potentially go and rescue Met Police Motor Club 999. They are well and truly buried, but they're coming. They're getting themselves out of it now. So Dr. Vapes taking second place away from TVP Racing. Only half an hour to go, or just over half an hour to go as well. If we do go full course yellow, quad driver still preparing, but has not been given the go-ahead yet. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, guys. Thank you. Times Mayfair are in the pits for their gravel clear-out, so they went in, and then Met Police Motor Club have been in as well, and
almost in the exact same spot as well.
Yeah, it's a case now, Tom, where we've got tired arms, tired legs, tired concentration, black flag over the timing line. We'll hopefully try and pick out who that number is once we get some focus in that camera. I think it's the 19.
Who's got the black flag?
19, it is 19, Cole Clark Racing. And that was the
contact with, we think, either the Met Police or the 99, but we think most likely Met Police Motor Club were put in the gravel by Cole Clark Racing, so clearly enacting some revenge for a previous arrest.
Of course.
I reckon that's what it is. I reckon they've been caught with a speed gun somewhere, maybe years ago, and they've just harboured a grudge since then. But of course, we said earlier on, it won't be these police officers.
No, just all the police officers.
All of the police officers, but not these ones, because they couldn't tell us any interesting stories, any interesting facts about any arrests that they've made. Not because they wanted to keep it secret, but just because they had nothing to tell.
No,
so we wrote on our notes, clearly desk jockeys.
Desk jockeys.
Not proper police.
So Met Police having their car cleared of gravel. Teesside Tigers are in and are heading to the stand.
I have a feeling my name's going to be run through some kind of register.
Probably.
Before the end of this race.
Teesside Tigers heading to the stand. Driver from Met Police Motor Club that stood in front of the stand didn't want to move. just didn't want to move, but he's going to have to.
Okay, so Teesside Tigers had managed to climb their way all the way up to 4th place.
Did you know that
overall?
One of their reps was next to you, Tom. Did he come down because he knew that they were coming in? Or
No, he
was
came
that a
to ask
surprise?
us if the live stream was back on again.
Oh, yeah.
The one that's been on for 3.5 hours.
Just at the wrong time, because his cart arrived to him. Like a carrier pigeon. It comes back. I think we're still waiting to, with the 19, round. Jakob Sidak in that cart at the moment, and he'll be coming in to have a word with the clerk, having helped the 999 into the gravel at the far end.
Andy Clark was telling me off air earlier on that he fired off Dr. Vapes earlier on. They were having brake issues, and he ended up firing off Dr. Vapes into the turn 9 hairpin. Purely accidental, he said.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was. No malicious intent from Andy Clark about anything.
No, not at all.
But
brakes have been a long one this year. We've seen a couple of pads a lot of pads getting worn down, and they were brand new at the start. They've been in the sun, mate.
I've just picked those brake pads up and they've been sat in the sun, and I've burnt myself on them. That's how warm it is.
Science, metal in the sun, waved yellow. We've got a cart stationary in the middle of the horseshoe that is going to be that's on the racing line.
Is that cartwheelers?
Could be cartwheelers. Red suit, white helmet.
What's he doing? Why is he not getting back in?
That could be Michael Winder. I think it was facing the wrong way, and they're going to radio it in. The quad's gone to collect.
Right.
So
we could well have full course yellow here. I can see a start line marshal sprinting back to the post. Full course yellow board is in hand.
And FCY with.
And we are full course yellow.
28 minutes on the clock.
Now, depending on where this shakes out with the traffic, this could bring Dr. Vapes and TVP back together again. In fact, it will. So there will be carts between them on track, but they are going to be back together again. God, those brakes are off. It's like they've just come off the cart.
Yeah. I don't really need that when I'm not looking. Cheers, mate.
I've burned David's arm.
I'd have let you do it if I knew you were going to do it. But if I'm not looking, that's the type of thing.
No, if you're
that's
looking, you're not going to let me do it, are you?
But I think I would. He's had a wheel come off that, Tom. It's also if you do it when I'm not looking, that's the type of thing that gets us taken off air.
Right, how long have we got left? 28 minutes,
yeah,
is that right?
Yeah, that cart's going to be brought back in, but it did look like that there was a wheel off that.
Let's look at what gaps we've got now. So as they come over the line...
Core Blimey are in. Do they need a splash and dash?
When was their last stop?
An hour and 20 ago.
Surprised if they do then.
Are they just playing it safe?
Core Blimey 113. Well, they were...
Well, they're playing... Are they playing it safe because Tigers are on the ramp? And they know that they can probably gain a lap, get past them, whilst Tigers are on the ramp, and just have a little bit of fuel in it.
Well, Tigers have been on the ramp that long that Race for Reuben are only now, they're being classed as 5 minutes behind. Rather than it counting in laps, it's counting it in the minutes as they head round. Of course, this is under full course yellow still, so cart's not at full speed. They're lapping in the 1 minute. Well, there's one team in the 1 minute 8s. 2 teams in the 1 minute 8s. Which is very fast for a full course yellow. I'm not going to grass them up. That's up for race control to...
timing screen's a timing screen, isn't it?
Exactly. To monitor that. But if you get pinged for that at this point in the race, that's a silly error, isn't it?
Just precautionary, a little bit of extra fuel because you were tight. We were tight. We had to get early because Jamie's
David is just getting an update from Core Blimey 113 from Matthew Davis.
Planned.
Stop.
Just as a precaution, they had to pit earlier on the previous stint due to a driver injury. Ribs did not fare well for one of the drivers, so they had to pit early, which meant that they were very, very tight on the window. So using this full course yellow and knowing that the car in front of them is in the mechanics bay at the end of this race, they are actually going to gain a place even though they've had to pit again. And we're green on track with 25 minutes to go in the 2025 Le Mans 24-hour race.
You hear the engine notes rise as they come past the commentary position. Karts accelerate back up to full racing speed. Although once again, some of them weren't particularly far off that. I think my timing might have died again. And that's why, yeah, a lot of teams in the 112s and such. But most of the karts were just keeping up with the kart in front that was trying to catch the kart in front that was trying to catch the kart in front. And we've ended up with two very distinct snakes of traffic with a couple of straggling groups as well, much smaller splinter groups. Core Blimey Racing 113 back out now on track, 2 minutes 49, so a good stop for them. Bang on the money, give yourself a few seconds comfort, and they're back out now in 6th place overall, 4th in class. Race for Ruben though, never count race for Ruben out. 15.3 seconds off taking 4th place away from Core Blimey Racing. That's not at race speed either. So when they tick over the line this time, we're going to get a true gap between Core Blimey Racing 113 and race for Ruben for 4th place in the elite class. .3 timing is saying. So 23 minutes to go. He's going to have to go around about a second a lap quicker. Whoever is out there for a race for Ruben, I'll try and get you an update on who that is. I think that's them coming towards us now. No, that's Barbarians. Both of them got bright orange panels on. 20.4 seconds the gap. Core Blimey Racing to race for Ruben as both of them complete a flying lap for the first time after the full course yellow and after Core Blimey 113 have made their final pit stop. Still can't see who's out there for race for Ruben at the moment.
Good stop for Core Blimey Racing, 2:49, Tom, for them. So they've done well.
It's Andy Delahunty. Andrew Delahunty is out for race for Ruben. Got to catch a second a lap, 20.8 seconds. It's actually going out because a race for Ruben mired in that snake, that second snake of traffic that was part of that full course yellow. And they're going to have a long way to catch up and a lot of traffic to fight through in that time. It's going to be a big ask for them to get 4th place now, but you can never count them out. Another full course yellow at the end of this one, or in the final 20 minutes. And we've seen it could bring them back together again.
Well, we've seen full course yellows as somebody clips the gravel and gets away with it up at the far end, a cloud of dust being kicked up behind the timing stacker in the middle of the circuit.
Cartwheelers are in.
Again, well, they were the car that was recovered from the middle of the circuit a few moments ago.
Yes.
That was the cause of the FCY. And the Academy car is in from the 28 in 4th place. And it's a black flag.
For the 28?
Yes. What's he done, Mark?
I think it's just letting on a few crowd
Advantage by contact, we believe.
Yeah, not what you need when you've got a gap of 6 laps, Tom, for Teesside Academy. So yeah, not what you need.
Yeah, if you've got a lead of 6 laps, it's more of a let's not get involved in any
No.
50-50s. Might as well just consolidate where we are.
Yeah,
So that's of course going to be a 2-minute 45-second loss.
yeah, which will likely drop them from 4th overall. Bargain Racing were 1 minute and 33 behind when Teesside Academy came in. So Bargain Racing, the 241 entry that finished 5th in higher club and 21st overall last year, Tom, with the same driver lineup, could be heading to 4th place overall and a club class win at Le Mans.
Yes. We've talked about many big steps forward from last year to this one, and Bargain Racing absolutely right up there for the unofficial award of progress between last year and this year.
Yeah, they've been really, really good. Very under the radar, really, for Bargain Racing as well. They've just kept out of trouble.
Yeah.
We saw them on the mechanics stand once for 2 minutes, tops. And I know, obviously, through the night we didn't get to see it. We went, Tom, but throughout the daytime yesterday, and to be fair, in the 4 hours today, those mechanic stands have not been anywhere near as busy as they have in previous years.
No. Not even close.
Which in this heat is very thankful, because we try to look after the mechanics the best we can. But compared to, the first hour yesterday, nothing happened. And normally you do have 1 or 2 carts that come in.
Say nothing happened.
No, I mean on the mechanics stand.
Yeah.
We normally have 1 or 2 carts will come in almost straight away with issues, but very, very quiet day throughout the day yesterday, and business hasn't really picked up this morning. So
no, there's been a few takers throughout the race, but has the cartwheelers cart, has that been parked now? It looks like that's day done for them.
are they popping the wheel, changing the steering wheel, or are they?
There's no driver there.
No
team members. I think that's day done for cartwheelers. Where are they in the running order? They were running 24th overall. Fifth in pro class, though.
Yeah.
So that's a shame for them. I think.
I don't know where did the
despite
driver?
the travails of what's been going on lately, I think MPC Motor Club 999 will overhaul them before the end of the race.
I don't know where their driver went. I don't recall him walking past us. So.
I think, in fact, even Team Yellow 554, with the amount of time left, if that's been parked up, I think it might be the final position in Pro will end up going to cartwheelers purely because they've parked it at the end of this race.
Yeah, Team Yellow may well overhaul them. They've got 13 laps to close in 16 minutes. I think they might just overhaul them for position.
Teesside Academy back on their out lap now and about to complete their first flying lap after receiving the black flag.
2:49 they were in the pits, so.
But it's dropped them to 5th overall. And over a lap behind Bargain Racing now as well. So with 16 minutes to go, they're not going to retake that position. Core Blimey Racing 113 are only 6.2 seconds behind Teesside Academy.
The Apex Twin number 5 is in the pit lane. Where were they sitting?
Which one, sorry?
Number 5, Apex Twin. They're in 20th place. The Apex Twin Selected Works. The Apex Twin Racing 3 have had really a case of what could have been. They've just done a 102.7 at this stage of the race. It's very quick.
He's just banging a 102.4.
Yeah.
Fastest car on circuit by
half a second.
Yeah, half a second. Dr. Vape's just come over with a 102.8. So there's been pace in that car. It must be. You've got to be thinking they've got Peter Brett back in it. I think he was the one that qualified at P2, started the race,
and stayed with the front pack, didn't he?
Yeah, well, he held on to P2 until they had a mechanical.
So.
We're trying to
stifle
them
yours,
out.
Tom.
Yeah, we're trying to pick them out as they come past us here. Let's find out who's actually in that car. So we think it's Peter Brett. Is that them? Orange helmet, black suit.
Is that the 3 or the 35?
That was the 3. That was the 3.
Yeah, I think you're right, Peter Brett, I think, in that one, Tom.
And fired in another 102.4. And again, comfortably 4/10 faster than Dr. Vapes. So those two trading fastest laps. The only other one in the 102 is actually Idamos that time around, 102.9.
Alexandra Tordoff, shout out to Jim Bob on the last stint for Energy Racing. Could be James Edgerton, could be James Scragg. It depends on which Jim we're talking about. Nonetheless, they are, I mentioned them earlier, they're a team that had effectively a race of two halves. We saw them in the gravel a lot in the first 12 hours. And certainly through the night and through the day appear to have tidied themselves up nicely. And in their first sort of endurance race experience, hopefully they've enjoyed it, and hopefully we'll see them back at a race. Kirsty Lyons saying, "Go on, Ollie." The Core Blimey Racing 113 in 6th place for Core Blimey 113, and are only actually now 5 seconds behind the Teesside Academy kart for 5th place. Different classes, Academy leading the Pro, but Core Blimey Racing the 113 entry, trying to close them in 5.5 seconds the gap with 12 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock.
Well, Race for Ruben have caught in 7 seconds on Core Blimey Racing. That gap down to sub 20
that's
seconds.
That's Andrew
now.
Delahunty then on the camera.
Yes. Who's in this machinery,
aerodynamically efficient
with the Bigfoot panel. Yes, there isn't anybody who's more aerodynamically efficient, barring perhaps is it Freddie Widrington?
Freddie Widrington, yes.
But what age is Freddie?
15, 16.
Is he 15, 16? 15.
So yeah,
him and Andrew are fighting it out for shortest driver of the race.
It certainly helps, doesn't it, when you're in a headwind?
Oh, he doesn't need to duck behind the steering wheel to get the aero effect. He already is.
It's just natural, isn't it?
Yeah, but by God, he's a quick driver.
Yeah.
And as I said before, credit where it's due. He is a very quick driver. David, do you want to tell the podium story again one more time for everybody tuning in for the end of the race about Andrew Delahunty?
I think the first time I met him, I said, I don't think I messaged him for a race, and I didn't really know the story. And I was like, so what's your previous race experience? He went, I've done a bit. I'd raced at a good level. And I was like, okay, I think you might be. I didn't know. I just went, I think you're underplaying something here. Tell me more. And he sent me the picture of him next to Lewis Hamilton on a podium at Buckmore Park. And I'm like, yeah, you were selling yourself short, mate.
So, who was on that podium? Walk us through, David.
So Lewis Hamilton, 7-time Formula One world champion.
Was P1.
Gary Paffett,
Multiple DTM champion.
And Andrew Delahunty,
P3.
who, he's really laid back about it. I said, look, what's the script? And he went, look, in another life with a bit more budget, I might have made it as a racing driver, but I didn't. So we crack on.
Yeah.
Really pragmatic about it.
Yeah, but he's
Fantastic.
making it. He's still racing.
Yeah.
I know. Look, don't get me wrong. I know Lewis Hamilton's still racing, and
he's signed on for next year.
He's
coming to do it.
He signed on for F1 next year.
I know. Here, come along.
But you know what I mean. These guys they've been around forever. Look at Nicky Richardson as well. He used to race against Jenson Button and Davidson, Dan Weldon, and beat them at various times as well. And still absolutely loves his karting.
Met Police are in with the 101, and that looks like it's had a trip into some gravel, has it? Or is it an engine issue? Just to get that restarted.
You know what I never asked George, and I'm going to get an answer from because I think he's watching the stream. What I never asked George when he was up here as the McLaren strategist for Lando is, A, do they know that this race is going on? B, are they watching? And C, do they want to come and do it next year?
Get them in. You can't. You can't as an F1 driver come and do this.
It's in between Silverstone and Spa.
Yeah, but you can't, because if anybody overtakes you, you just can't.
Different discipline.
It's one of them. You arrive with all the pressure on your shoulders.
Can you imagine after this though, them going, everybody walking away from the circuit going, yeah, I'm quicker than Oscar Piastri.
Yeah.
I did him into horseshoe. Went full send on Lando into into turn 9 hairpin. Yeah, you're probably right. Maybe just come and do a stint during the night. Just arrive like totally subtle, stealth mode.
In stealth mode.
Yeah.
Higher suit, higher helmet.
Higher helmet, exactly that. Just rock up and do a stint. God, that'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
And then
totally unannounced.
Just walks out on the way out. You all right, Dave? You all right, Tom? Doing well? Not seen you in a while.
Yeah, been a while.
Cheers, Lando.
Been a while since that Autosport race that we did when you were about 12.
8 minutes to go.
There's a race going on, David.
There is, and there's 8 minutes to go. 23 hours and 53 minutes in, 7 to go in this 2025 running of the Le Mans 24-hour race. Chrono Team Racing, Titan Motorsport and Optimum Motorsport are your top 3 overall. Bargain Racing are in 4th place, they lead Club. Teesside Academy are in 5th, they lead Pro. And in 11th place, Idamos are leading in the rookie class. In 10th place, their nearest rival, Met Police Motor Club 101, have just been in the pit lane with a problem which could well give Team Yellow Racing 555 a lift up onto the second step of the podium. Met Police Motor Club should be heading out of the pits a few seconds ago, and indeed did, with a 2:48. Teams have been really good this year, Tom, in dealing with that pit lane speed limit, and have been loads better. Last year, there were teams we were having to scroll down to pick up all the penalties last year. So it's a real big change.
We've not had anybody done for speeding then?
Not in terms of actual speed, but we have had teams done for leaving the pits early.
Too quickly, yeah.
Yeah, but even last year, that was down. It was busy. Not the case this year. Teams really have sort of stepped up their etiquette. The level of competition,
you said, it's all on one page.
Yeah, level of competition has gone up for sure this year. Last year, the winners did 1,317 laps. pace.
9 laps off that at the moment with 6 laps to go, so we're not going to quite get there.
No, but the lap times have been slower. It's been a lot warmer, hasn't it,
Yes,
in terms of engine power? So it's been a lot warmer. So a much tougher position. Oh, we've got some dust being kicked up down the far end there, up at turn 1. There's the 4 of Barbarians with 5 minutes to go. It's tight still between Core Blimey Racing. They're trying to close in that Academy kart for 5th overall. And if I was in the Academy kart, I would just gleefully wave them through. They're not in my class. I don't want to get involved. Wave them through. I've got a trophy waiting for me down here at the chicanes.
Is it still Oscar that's in the Academy kart? Just trying to see them coming through. I think it is still Oscar Ward that's in the Academy kart.
So there is the 41, Tom, with 5 minutes to go. Chrono Team Racing, who won the French organised version of this race 2 weeks ago, are going to back it with the British run version of the Le Mans 24-hour race. The trophies are waiting. The champagne is waiting. There's no point putting it on ice because it'll melt in the next 4 minutes. It's that warm here. But the trophies are waiting your leaders, and they are awaiting Chrono Team Racing with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, Chrono Team Racing comfortably in the lead of this one by 4 laps. I reckon if they make it 1 more minute, they can afford to park it and job done. They won't, of course, do that. They'll keep going and take the checker flag. But they are home and dry. Probably 1 more lap the next time around. They're going to be safe.
Yeah, the last lap board being readied on the start line.
They are definitely going to be safe then if the last lap board is about to go out.
In a few moments' time.
3.5 minutes to go.
The photographer is down there to get the most important picture of the weekend. The race leader taking the checkered flag.
Core Blimey Racing 113, now only 2 seconds behind Teesside Academy for overall position, but it won't be a class change. Teesside Tigers 4 seconds behind Idamos for the final step of the top 10, or the final place in the top 10. And who else have we got fighting for position? I think that's it.
TRX are still in with a shout. It took 2 seconds out of
for the final
CBR
step of the podium
on the previous lap. Could that just be a traffic issue for CBR? But it was a slow lap on the previous one, Tom, a 105 for CBR. So is he just nursing that one home?
Well, he can't nurse it too much because, like you said, there's only 7 seconds between. Get them over the line this time and see what that gap is.
Chrono Team Racing down the straight between 2 and 3. He may well see the last lap board next time round, and if it's not the next, it'll be the time after that. Dust up at the far end again as teams start to run wide. The weary eyes of 24 hours, and some of these drivers will have been awake since yesterday morning. It'll be some 40 hours of sleep deprivation, tiredness, taking them through to the checkered flag, just running on pure adrenaline now with 2 minutes to go.
Sub 6 seconds for the final step of the podium in Pro. 5.9 seconds, 2 minutes to go. So any hint of a spin, any hint of a problem for CBR 213, and they could end up off the podium. TRX Motorsport Pro still hunting them down.
6 seconds is the gap. TRX taking another chunk out of the 213. 213 not willing to take any risks.
I think the last lap board will be going out for the leader this time around.
It will. It's in the hand of our start line marshal, Callum, as we keep an eye on the 41 of Chrono Team Racing as the kart makes its way through the infield section.
What's the gap this time? 7.3. It's gone out. CBR 213. I think they're going to be safe for the final step of the podium in the Pro class. Core Blimey Racing 113, only 1.3 seconds behind 5th place overall. Teesside Tigers 6.1 behind 10th place overall. And the last lap board is out. 2025 edition of the Le Mans 24 Hours is on its final lap.
Chrono Team Racing, 1,300 metres from home, 1,300 metres from glory, and now not at all taking any risks, just sitting behind the KBR kart, following it through as it has done on the final couple of laps. For Chrono Team Racing, it's been a smart drive by the 41. They've kept out of trouble. They've not visited the mechanics bay on a regular basis, and they have nursed that kart. They've had one issue in the night with a on-track issue, but they've done what you need to do in a 24-hour race. You stay out of the mechanics bay. You stay on the tarmac. You bring your kart home, and Chrono Team Racing, for the second time this month, win at Le Mans. Chrono Team Racing win the 2025 Le Mans 24-hour race.
Congratulations to Chrono. They have taken the checkered flag. Bargain Racing will take victory in the Clubman class ahead of Teesside Academy, who will take victory in the Pro class. Idamos will take victory in the Rookie class and will, we think, hold on to 10th place overall from Teesside Tigers. I'm just going to wait for the live timing to refresh. There we go. So Chrono Team Racing victory overall, Bargain Racing victory in Elite, Teesside Academy victory in Pro, and Idamos did hold on to the top 10 and the victory in the Rookie class as well. Once the checkered flag has been actually collected by Chrono Team Racing, and they will perform a victory lap with checkered flag in hand, we will run you through the full order, the full finishing order of all 46 karts.
Another memorable 24-hour race here in France. The checkered flag being held out for the 41 of Chrono Team Racing, who slows down, collects the checkered flag, and will make his way round for one further lap.
Pascal Patrignani, Stefan Panapinto, David Mouet and Charlie Lauriard, victors here in the 2025 edition of the Le Mans 24-hour. Congratulations to all four of you. A hard fought and well-earned victory. And as David said earlier, the second time in a month that they have tasted victory here at Le Mans as a team.
Chrono Team Racing take the victory by 4 laps from Titan Motorsport and Optimum Motorsport, your top 3 runners. Bargain Racing, what a run to 4th place by Bargain Racing. One of 3 club teams inside the top 10. They finish in 4th place. Teesside Academy hold on for 5th place by 0.6 of a second from Core Blimey Racing. Teesside Academy winning in Pro in the 28 in a team whose oldest driver is 18, and 2 of their drivers that had not done a 24-hour race before this event. A great effort by Teesside Academy 28. Race for Ruben. After their problems in the night, finish in 7th place, still only 23 seconds off Core Blimey Racing in front of them. 3 teams on the same lap. Dr. Vape, 2nd place, Tom, in the club class in 8th place. TVP Racing, with their superb fuel-saving strategy, took them to 9th place overall and 3rd in class for the 27. A massive jump up from their finishing position of 30th overall and 11th in higher club last year. Huge shout out to them. Idamos with none of their drivers having done a 24-hour race. Win in rookie in 10th place overall. Teesside Tigers 11th. A huge shout out and unfortunate in the end for Century Sim to not get on the podium, but what a drive from 48th place up into 12th for Century Sim Racing. Barbarians are 13th, CBR are the 213 in 14th, and TRX Motorsport Pro in 15th. So your podium in Pro, Teesside Academy, Barbarians and CBR 213. Then it's JJR Racing in the 777. Met Police Motor Club on the podium in second place in the rookie class, along with Team Yellow Racing 555, who complete our podiums. They finish 18th overall, third in rookie, in front of Apex Twin Racing and Eat Sleep Race Repeat. That's your top 20. Tom, do you want to take us through the rest of the order?
Yes, I will. So CBR 313 21st, Maple Motorsport 22nd, Apex Twin Selected Works 23rd, KBR 24th. Met Police Motor Club 999 25th, Teesside Academy 2 26th, RD Kart Sport 27th with LMS 28th, Barriers Wacky Racers 29th place and 30th place for Team Rango, 31st for CBA Motorsport, 32nd Team Yellow Racing 554, 33rd was Quick Finishers Racing, 34th Cole Clark Racing, 35 the Cartwheelers, 36th and 37th two of the TRX Motorsport Club, TRX Motorsport entries, the first of which was the Clubman, then it was the rookie, 36th and 37th. Salient Racing 38th, Prism Racing 39th, Wrong Direction 40th, Times Mayfair 41st, 42nd for Master Kart Slola, and then 43rd for FRS Lemon, 44th for Energy Racing Team, 45th Apex Twin ECR, and the final of our classified finishers, although 344 laps behind the leader due to parking it midway through the night. Track limits by Storm Group, who led for a significant portion as well. Just a shout out as well to a couple of teams that are going to get one of the unofficial, untrophyless awards or trophyless awards.
We should bring our own next year.
We should. So Bargain Racing and TVP Racing win the award for fewest pit stops. Joint fewest pit stops with 14 each.
And they found themselves at the top of the order in their class. So.
They did. So that's the key here. So that lift and coast has clearly helped them. FRS Lemon win the award for most pit stops with 31.
So that's your pit stop awards. Just taking to have a quick look finally in the live chat. Monica with extremely good job to Century Sim Racing. They've been superb here this weekend in their first visit over to Le Mans.
Well, definitely the highest climbers through the race.
Carl Vella saying well done everyone, safe journey home to our drivers. Great pair of stints from yourself and myself, Tom, unsung heroes once again. And Monica just saying thank you for the well-informed and quick-witted commentary. Ron Lynn, Lewis Goff's granddad, getting in touch. Well done to Optim Motorsport from everyone here at Alchemy Car Care, one of his sponsors. Big shout out as well, Tom, before we bring the stream to a close. Thank you to all of our drivers, everybody that takes part, whether you've won, whether you've not had the race that you'd have hoped for. It's an achievement getting your kart to the checkered flag, and we really do, bow down to every single one of you, particularly in this heat. We're going to take our karts down to the far end into Parc Ferme. Oh, now we've had all the panels sorted out, so we're going to take them down the bottom. The mechanics who always work hard, Tom, as we mentioned, probably not as busy as they have been in previous years, but particularly through that mechanical window where they're having to turn 46 karts round and get them serviced. So great effort. We've probably had 6 to 8 guys in the mechanics bay. refueling done by the circuit here, so thank you to them, and obviously thank you to everybody at the circuit, Alain Prost and 24-hour karting here at Le Mans for again hosting us and hosting this wonderful event. Thank you to the people from Teesside that have manned the weighbridge. Thank you to everybody that's catered for us as well to keep us all fueled throughout. Thank you most importantly to all of the marshals out on circuit, particularly yesterday when it was boiling hot, 35 degrees at 5 o'clock in the evening. Our marshals out there in full overalls, as were our drivers, without the same level of breeze that the drivers were getting.
As were our camera people as well.
Yeah,
I'm sure we're going to
absolutely.
come on to that as well. So thank you to all the production team here that have brought you these pictures and brought you the sound of the dulcet tones of myself and David for the last 25 hours now.
Thank you finally to every single person that has watched this event. We'd do it we'd commentate to nobody, Tom. We'd do it for our own humour, but thank you to everybody that's joined in the live chat. Thank you to everybody that's watched, whether you're just a casual follower of motorsport or whether you are watching a specific team. I'm sure you'll all agree that an event like this, set inside the iconic Circuit de la Sarthe, is just a special, special event. So thank you to everybody for joining in. So thank you to everybody that's now saying thank you, but thank you to you for making this event what it is. So to the drivers, the marshals, the mechanics, to the camera guys, to everybody watching,
and everybody who's commented on the stream.
Very much. We really do appreciate it. From Tom and I, from everybody at TSK-Motorsport Media and Teesside Karting. We'll be live again next weekend, Tom. No real rest for us. We're at Teesside Karting for the next round of the NRG Karting Owners Sprint Series. Round number 6 before 2 final weekends for round 7 and then a double header for round 8 and 9 at the end of the season. So if you have liked what you've seen, many of these drivers will be on show next weekend at Teesside, and even more of them will be on show on the weekend of the 10th and the 11th of August as we head to Teesside, as 87 teams take part in the 2025 running of the British 24-hour race. That's always a fantastic event.
Thank you again from all of us for watching. We hope you've enjoyed the stream. We hope you will join us again, certainly next weekend, but in 3 weeks' time for the British 24-hour. From myself and David, it's been an absolute pleasure bringing this to you. We love coming here. We love doing this event. It's just been great once again. It's just been another fantastic event, another fantastic year.
It's special, meeting new people, catching up with old friends, seeing how much teams and drivers have improved has been wonderful, and it always is. I think the weather always helps. It's nice, it's sunny, we enjoy ourselves. Maybe a little bit too warm this year, but it's been fantastic. So from Tom and I, if you're at the circuit, if you're travelling home today or tomorrow, have a real safe journey back to your home. For those of you that are watching, you've still got half a Sunday left because it's 11 o'clock UK time, midday over here. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And until you watch us again, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest. This has been TSK Motorsport Media. I've been David Sullivan alongside Tom Butterworth. There's nobody else I'd rather be alongside at a race meeting. So thank you very much to Tom.
And thank you, David, as well. Likewise, that is seconded. We have a good laugh, don't we?
We do have a good laugh. We really do. We bounce off each other. It's been brilliant. So thank you very much for watching. Until we see you again, we'll leave you to enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Thank you very much and goodbye.